Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 3, the final day of the Italian Poker Sport 50th edition main event. Cards are about to be underway. We have a long, action-packed day of poker ahead. Seat 1, we have Christopher from the UK, Safwan Bahri from France, David Riha from the Czech Republic, Gregory Rudnik from Lithuania, Dergaila Manfred from Austria, Selchuk from Austria, Robert Gulash from the Czech Republic, and Dino Volkols from Germany, rounding out the table. Good afternoon to the Action Army. People tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, or wherever around the world. This is set to be quite the day. It was a late one if you were tuning in last night. Players hopefully well rested. They know what's in store. I believe there's 47 players remaining. We'll find out in just a moment. My name is Action Dan. I am your broadcaster for this event. You are watching the final day of the €380 Italian Poker Sport edition, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. There is the disparity of the chip stacks. Safwan losing that big enough flip at the last hand of the night. Playing 7 bigs as our short stack, and Gregory all the way at the top with 60 bigs, playing 15 million. Small blind will be 125k. Big blind, $250,000. With $250,000 running big blind ante. So all's left to say now is dealer shuffle up and deal. We are live on a 30-minute delay. As live as one can be on this Monday afternoon. Record breaking entries in this one, of course, smashing the whole off that 1 million guaranteed. Almost 1.7 million in the prize pool. The winner of this event going to take home €213,000 and the title of the Italian Poker Sport 2023 champion. Cards are in the air. Let's go. Buddy Bob says, what's up? Right back at you, buddy. What's that? You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen 47 players remaining from that whopping starting entries of 5,166. Nice to see them talking at the feature table. Always adds a good atmosphere to the environment. Christopher from the UK will complete in the small blind for 125k more with 8-7 off suit. Safwan will check his option with 8 deuce off. Doesn't want to see an 8 on the flop. Yes, Putty Bob, they played until about past 4:20 anyway. I think it was 5:20 and it was all said and done. Sure, what can they do? We always smash guarantees at Kings, but no one predicted 5,166 entries. And the tournament will and has to end tonight. But it won't be before midnight, that's for sure. So it'll be dipping into the Tuesday. I predict it will be a similar time to last night, maybe a little bit earlier than that. You never know how these things go. You've got to remember, it's 1 hour blinds today. It was 45-minute blinds last night. I've got a large flask of coffee brewed, and I expect I will need 2 or 3 of those before it's all said and done. I got my morning exercise in just about. My cold shower, my meditation, played with the dog, small bit of boxing. We're ready to go. Gregory opening into a full table here with the Queen 10 off suit. Has the stack in which he can do things like this, but needs to be careful opening when his hand isn't even suited into 8 players here from under the gun. And a call from Robert into hijack, and then the cutoff going for 3.8 million. King Jack Diamond. And now the action is going to be back on Robert, who can't really call off here with the same hand as Dino. It's just for too much chips, and his hand isn't even suited. The original raise coming from under the gun showing significant strength. Robert calling into hijack. So for Dino to come over the top here, he's got to have something. That is a great takedown for Dino and his King Jack of Diamonds. Uncontested. New chips are indeed in play. Them pink chips are worth $500,000 each. Robert raising to 700k. The ace queen off suit. Playing 10.4 million behind. Dino in the hijack with the same hand. And if he just rejammed the King Jack of Diamonds, I presume he's the kind of player who's going, oh my god, look at this. Dino rejamming the ace queen. The kings of kings behind him in the cutoff for Christopher, playing just under 15 big blinds. What a spot for Christopher here. Exactly the kind of action you want behind you when you've got kings. All in the other fella. This pot's going to be huge. Dino in worse shape than normal because he's missing an ace and a queen that Robert has in his holding. Obviously Robert folding now. Not going to be able to call two all-ins, surely. No harm in posturing up for a moment. All players now guaranteed €3,514. Wow, Robert calls as well. Not good situation here for Robert to call off an all-in behind him and an all-in over the top. That one is going to hurt. Great opportunity for him to get away from his hand there, deciding to call it off. I was not expecting that. As it stands, there is 15.875 million up for grabs in this pot. The Kings way out in front, 73%. And the flop, 7, 4, 3, 2 clubs. Turn is a club. Dino could have spiked. No, sorry, it wasn't. It was the 5 of diamonds. It's a graphical error. 3 of clubs pops off. Christopher will win that massive pot and triple up. What a gift for him at the very start of the day. Just on hand number 3. He's going to be playing just under 12 million, which is good for the 50 big blind. incredible start. Robert's going to be left with 7.4 million. That's devastating. Good moment for Christopher. Momentum massively in his favour now going forward. See what that changes things. Dino going to be left with 6 big. One still the short stack with 4. There's 8 for Guile. Manfred with 14. David Ria with 16. Robert 24. Christopher 39 blinds now. Gregory still out in front. But the gap has narrowed, just 7 big blinds, the difference between first and second place at the feature table. Well, ladies and gentlemen, isn't that an action-packed start to get things underway? Christopher picking up ace-9 of hearts in the hijack. Good for a raise to 525. Ten, 9, 4, all spades is the flop. Top pair for Gregory. That is 675 from Christopher with his pair of 9s ace kicker. Gregory looks like he wants to raise here. Raises to 1.35 million. Jack of diamonds hits the turn. And now Gregory with the decision. He needs to be careful here. Betting 2.9 million. That is not a good turn card for Christopher's range. It's a great card for Christopher's range, not if we're in Gregory's shoes. We just have a pair of tens with an ace kicker. There's 3 spades on board. All the straights come in with that jack of diamonds. Also 2 pair combinations, and he's just betting 2.9 million quickly. He is lucky on this occasion that Christopher only has a pair of nines. In general, this is a card we want to be betting a lot smaller here on the turn, or just check, hoping to get the showdown, maybe calling a small bet on the turn and folding to pressure of a large one. As it stands, we're taking the initiative and betting 2.9 million. Don't love it, don't hate it. It's just risky business. A bet like that will get our opponent to fold a hand that might contain a spade, or even a queen without a spade, because it's a large bet in proportion to our stack size. Let me know what your thoughts are on that one in the Action Army chat on Twitch. ARG asks, says hello, Finton. Yeah, you're not the first person to think it's Finton in the booth, but no, my name is Action Dan. Don Rankin. Your broadcaster for the duration of this event and many of King's events. Robert under the gun, raising it up with the ace-8 of diamonds. I could just pretend I am Finton, but I'm sure some of my catchphrases would be a dead giveaway. Big shoes to fill. Good friends with Finton. He's doing fantastic things with the Irish Poker Tour and Championship. I filled in for him one time, and the rest is history, really. For now. Christopher getting out of trouble with Jack 9 of diamonds. Could have opted for an open there, but deciding against it. Manfred going for a min raise with the king deuce offsuit on the button off 12 bigs is also risky business. Selchuk in the small blind, jamming the last of his 8 bigs with ace-9 offsuit. Not a great opening hand to go for a steal with here. In general, we want a better kicker with our king, and we want it to be suited. We have a blocker with the king that stops hands like king jack, king queen, king 10 rejamming on us. But with our 2 kicker, we want our opponent to fold things that contain a 2 in them, so it's less likely they have one of those holdings if we hold it ourselves, and therefore we want a better opening hand on the button than a deuce kicker in most situations. €45 players remaining, so a page on blooming of about €400. The Selchuk with the 7-5 of diamonds on the button. Deciding to let that one go. Instead, Robert goes for the lot here. Dino just playing 6 big blinds behind with his queen 3 of diamonds. Selchuk missing out on an opportunity to shove the button there with his 7-5 of diamonds. Safwan and Dino tied at the bottom now. Gregory still out in front. Christopher, after taking that, not that significant, but about 10 big blinds with the ace-9 of hearts. Just playing 32 bigs now. David raising to 525 with the ace-queen offsuit from early position, and the 2 Jeffreys in the hijack for Manfred. I think his name translates to the horny man. You're at the wrong place if you're horny, buddy. It's poker time, homie. This would be a good opportunity for a rejam from the Jeffries. Don't see why we would do anything else but all in. Playing 12 bigs. Our decisions are limited. Yeah, 3-bet to 2.5 million. Leave yourself with 2 big blinds behind, knowing that there is a pay jump we can stall. David Ria going all in, knowing Manfred is going to call, but he just has to tank with the pay jump at stake. He's told the table this, clearly not folding and leaving himself with 450k behind. You see the difference between 50 or 45th and 44th place is about the difference of a buy-in. That's so significant when you are going around touring and playing these things at Kings all the time. Every penny, every dollar, every pay jump adds up. I would be calling the clock on him relatively soon, although it's in all the players' best interest to get the pay jump. Some stacks are bigger than others. No 2-pack poker, and Mitchelson say, what the hell is this, scared money? It's not, it's just trying to reach one more elimination, and therefore he will have secured an extra buy-in. Now he calls. Yeah, he's waiting for €400, which is a full buy-in if he wanted to play a tournament like this in the future that he wouldn't have had he not stalled. We can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there has been an elimination, so therefore his stalling has paid off. The ace queen of David is no good on the flop. So far, Manfred with the overpair holding 6.6 million in the middle. David going to need some help on this turn or river, or Manfred will double up. Turn is a Jeffrey. That seals the deal. Sit back down, Manfred. David Ria will take a hit and be left with 8 big blinds going forward. Oh, big double up there for Manfred. That's a very good point by ARG, saying at least he said to the table that he is going to call, but just let me tank a bit. Selchuk all in from the hijack for 12.5 big blinds with pocket nines, and Robert right beside him with the cutoff with ace jack off suit. We've seen Robert stack off with the ace queen earlier, but now folding the ace jack to significant less amount of chips. Interesting that he decides to go with the ace queen with an all in and a rejam behind him, but now folding the ace jack to just one all in for 12 bigs. I think this is a mistake, and I don't think we would have seen him make this mistake had he not lost 5 million with his ace queen. Gregory, king jack off suit under the gun, coming in for a raise. Safwan finding an ace in the small blind for his last 3 bigs. But he's facing a 700k raise from under the gun, it looks like. Pot odd's going to be too good to not go for this one with 3 big blinds himself. David gets out of the way, and Safwan is going to be delighted to see that he's not out kicked. He has 2 live cards and is actually indeed ahead at the moment. Ace 6-4 is the flop. Great start for Safwan. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Needs to avoid a queen on the river for a double up to almost 2 million. Oh, that is dirty. The runner going to eliminate Safwan Bahari. Not much he could do there. We enjoyed watching him play, part of the Dorian Melhair's crew, and I have a feeling we'll be seeing him on the feature table felt very soon again. Good game, sir. Unlucky. Selchuk picking up 2 ladies. Early position, 12 bigs, 15 bigs. Thereabouts. There's 40 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €3,985. Now, Selchuk moving all in for 15 bigs from early position is absolute overkill. This is one of the hands where we want action, and when we jam for this amount, we stop the players giving us action behind with lesser hands. We have to have these kind of hands in our raising range. Otherwise, every time we come into a pot for a min raise, it's got to be kings or aces. That becomes very trivial and easy to play against. Christopher here with the 7s, but it's just got to be too many bigs, I would think. And David Rhea playing less than 6 big blinds in the small blind with his ace-10 offsuit. It seems like a good time to gamble and go, but not when an all-in of that magnitude and that size has come from under the gun. But he is going for it. Disappointing here for David. 3.3 million in the middle, needs to spike an ace. Selchuk way out in front here with his pocket queens. Does spike an ace on the flop. The Barry popping out to say hello. It's not over yet, of course, but a great start for David. Turn is the 5 of hearts. Selchuk needing a queen and a queen only. He can also get a chop with a 3. Oh my God! He hits the lady. Lady on the river sends David Ria out packing in 39th place. Wasn't expecting to see a lady on the river there. What a run out indeed. The raise coming 650k from Robert from early position with the Jack 10 off suit. You need to be careful opening these kind of hands when they're not suited. Manfred going to see a flop with his Queen Jack off suit for 400k more. The flop comes Jack 7-7, and this is the kind of trouble I'm talking about. Robert flopping top pair and will think he is good here, not thinking he's going to be out kicked that often, but Manfred holding a way better Jack. Bet of 800k in a call, 3.2 million in the middle. Turn coming the 8 of clubs. Check from Manfred, and now Robert. Bets 1.6 million. Two flush draws on board. Robert with an inside straight draw can make a straight with a 9. I think Manfred needs to protect his hand here and move all in. We could just call again but we have 3.3 million behind, with 6.4 million out there, which is just 13 bigs. I think we could just protect our hand. There's going to be a lot of bad rivers. As long as we are not folding to many of them, I think it's okay to call. Like, what do you do now when the King of Diamonds comes off? Manfred checking. Robert quickly checking behind. And don't know what happened there. Did Robert move all in? Robert moved all in and Manfred folded. What? Manfred with an extremely frustrating fast fold there. And I don't really understand that. You really want to think about the all-in for longer than a few seconds there. That's not someone to learn from. You want to be thinking through your decisions. Oh, it's going to be a fun day. Action time with Action Dan. I like it, Johan. Maybe that could be one of the new catchphrases. Action time with Action Dan. Shuffle up and deal. Maybe I'll have that as my intro. And I think the right move there was to just jam on the turn and take that move away from our opponent. Like I said, if we're going to call 1.6 million and leave ourselves with 3.3, are we better off not convincing ourselves that we have to fold on some rivers and just jam it all in on the turn? We've got fold equity against worse hands. Draws are forced to call off if they wish to do so. Our work is done and we're not faced with horrible river decisions. Dino all in from the hijack. Gregory calling the 1.475 mil, which is about 6 big blinds. Selchuk, his decision making time for him in the big blind with ace 10 off suit. But I would think with an all in the call here, even though it's only for 6 bigs, we give our opponents the benefit of the doubt and get out of the way with ace 10 off suit, and he does do just that. So we have all in and call. King, 3, deuce is the flop. Dino sucking out so far. The turn to 10 of diamonds. Gregory going to need a queen on the river. We've already seen one. Can't see one on this occasion. 3.5 million goes to Dino. He's playing a workable stack now of close to 15 bigs. Manfred now the short stack once more with 12 bigs. Dino 14, Selchuk 20. Christopher with 20 odd as well. Not much has changed. Pay jump incoming as well. This time it's going to be nearly 600 euros. So a buy-in and a half if you can just survive one more elimination. Manfred raising to 2.5 million on the button, leaving himself with 3 bigs, knowing that there's a pay jump. Robert all in from the big blind with ace jack off suit. And yes, viewers at home, he will tank again. There is a pay jump of nearly 600 euro and he's entitled to do so. Clock has been called. Time. Manfred will let the clock run down and call at the last second and get the bad news. And he calls. He will get the bad news. Needs a lady. Needs one quick. Flop is king, 10, deuce, 2 spades, no player with a spade. The ace jack still out in front. Doesn't want a lady now. Give Robert the straight. King of hearts hits the turn. River to 5 of diamonds. Manfred has been eliminated. Robert will add that gold to his stack and be playing a stack of just shy of 15 million.
He's my friend from yesterday. You take a lot of my chips. You take my chips. You should be out. Hello. Very good.
Johan has said he's going to exercise, be back at 5 o'clock. See you later, champ. Go get him, Rock. Ben, new player at the table. Ben Horowitz. Pocket tens. $6.25 to go for Dino in the big blind. $3.75 more to call. The blinds have gone up now, folks. Small blind 150k, big blind 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. Three spade board and Dino with the jack of spades. Over pair for Ben, of course. I'm not sure what Dino should do here. He's getting good odds to hit a flush. 600k represents about a fifth of his stack or less. Or more, sorry. 2.225 million in the middle. He has some cards he could lead on the turn if he picks up any straight outs. I don't think he should just go all in now. Does move all in. Okay, I don't know what's taking Ben so long to call here. He's surely not folding. Pay jump has been reached. No reason to tank. As he asked his opponent, do you have a flush or just a flush draw? Gotta pay to see, buddy. This for me seems somewhat of a slow roll. If you're in Dino's shoes, you're going to be thinking, maybe if I hit another spade, I'm good, which is the case, but Dino is going to hate this. $7 million up for grabs. Deuce of diamonds hits the turn. Ben way out in front. Dino going to need a spade. He hits the spade on the river, the 8 of spades. Easy game, dude, says commentator. He can think for a while. Yes, he can think for a while, Mr. Cheeky. But the situation I was commentating on previous had got to do with a pay jump. This one, not so much. He's got an overpair to the board, and it's less than a 10 big blind jam. Unless he's got a really, really crazy read, I don't see how he was getting away from calling with an overpair for that kind of stack size. It's less than 3 million. He's already put in 600k. Therefore, I don't think he should be thinking for too long. But he has an overpair to the board on 9, 4, 5, all spades with pocket 10s. No further questions, Your Honor. Yeah, it's fine to ask for the chip count. I just think he was reading his opponent to have a stronger hand than he had. Overthinking the situation, over-analysing. Like, he's not betting 600k to fold for the rest, so he should just call. It is okay to get a read. If you've got a really... If your opponent is about to jump out of their seat with joy, then they clearly have a really strong hand. You could probably tank and go into the tank further and fold, but in general, and that's what we talk about, general ranges, general hand strength, all that kind of jazz, I think folding is a little bit ludicrous when we've already committed over 1 million chips in the pot. Yeah, it was a bit of a post-flop coin flip, but we've too much invested to not take the flip at that stage. If we fold 10s there, then we are being heavily exploited from one spade hands that contain one spade that are jamming. That is essentially what we want our opponent to do, jam a one spade hand, so we don't have them drawing dead, but they have less than 50% to win the hand, and we are ahead. When we're ahead, we call. All players guaranteed €4,575 now as 33 players remain. ARG says, I agree, Dan. What is actually interesting is that if the opponent is the Jack of Spades and the Ace of Diamonds in that situation, the pocket tens are an underdog. That is really interesting, and that is because we block them having a large spade in the Ace of Spades and some combinations that have us crushed with two overcards and a spade in their hand. Anyways, an easy call on the flop indeed, but it's no harm going a little bit further. But the other side of that argument is with Ace Jack, we would most likely rejam pre-flop. There's not much point in just defending off that stack depth, leaving ourselves with less than 10 big blinds behind. So you would take Ace Jack out of the equation because it's not a hand we particularly think we're going to be faced. If we are in the villain's shoes, the hero rejamming Ace Jack from the big blind is going to be very advantageous instead of just calling. As we get back to the action where Gregory has raised to 825 under the gun, Robert is called in the hijack with ace 10 of diamonds, Gregory with king queen off suit, and now Dino in the cutoff with a very rejammable 6.8 million in the stack, which is good for 23 big blinds. I suspect we will see him jam, but the raise did come from under the gun and a call in the hijack. Dino shoving his 23 big blinds across the line with the pocket nines. Look at that for a pickup from Dino. He adds 2.4 million to his stack just by taking that down pre-flop, which is huge at this late stage. That's nearly 10 big blinds just by jamming and getting it through. And ARG says, yeah, I was surprised myself that having an overpair on that board can become an underdog if out of position. Has an overcard next to the draw. Yeah, I originally said we could call the 600k and donk some turns or rivers. But the more I think about it, with our 9 outs for the flush, but see the thing is, if our opponent holds a spade, our 9 outs go out the window. We're drawing to a jack a lot of the time, which is not good. Maybe it is best to just check jam the flop with a very limited amount of fold equity, but if we are called, oftentimes our spade will be good and therefore we're in a coin flip situation. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit there and say it is probably best to donk or to not donk jam and to check jam. Action time with Action Dan. This first hour has been unbelievably action packed, so much to speak about. You guys are giving great comments in the chat as well, which is always very helpful to keep things running smoothly and make sure you guys at home are entertained. It's going to be a long day, so the more people we have helping out in the Action Army, the better. Keep this thing flowing smoothly. Three bet to 1.65 million coming from Ada Cardano. The original raise with 9s from the hijack of Christopher. Now the action back on Christopher facing this 3-bet. It's an ideal stack for him to move all in. The problem is Cardano looks very strong 3-betting off sub 20 big blinds to start the hand, and in general is not going to be putting in 1.6 of his 6 million without calling it off. So a lot of the time we're going to be in a coin flip situation, and it just depends if Christopher wants to gamble here with his 2 9s. I think pocket 9s are going to be too strong, and we have to take our risks if we want to win tournaments. He does go all in over the top, and now the action back on Cardano. Also, if Cardano is willing to fold a hand as strong as Ace Jack and is putting this in his 3-bet folding range, then our 9s become an absolute print, and we must go all in. And it looks like Cardano doesn't... The action's back on him now. It shows the power of the 4-bet jam. Not wanting to call off with Ace Jack offsuit here. And perhaps his best course of action was to just re-jam and take this move away from his opponent. Put the pressure back on Christopher. And if he is willing to call off with pocket 9s, then so be it. We are in a coin flip situation. As it stands, he has put in 1.6 million. And it looks like he's going to fold and surrender those chips. He could have avoided this by just moving all in himself from the button. This is the problem with 3-bet folding off this stack depth. We surrender a lot of our chips, but we also have to give our opponent credit when they 4-bet jam. Our perceived 3-betting range there off this stack depth is going to look very strong to our opponent. So when they do go into the tank and 4-bet jam, it indicates that Ace Jack needs to go in the bin. As Easy Game Dude asks, commentator, can you tell me the average, please? So every couple of hands in the top right hand corner of your screen, it will show the average stack and how many players are remaining. And in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, you will get to see how many hands you've got to listen to me commentate on today, how much money is in the pot, and what the blinds are. So the average stack has just crept over the 8 million mark, which is good for over 25 big blinds currently. Cardano perhaps a little frustrated, just moving all in from the cutoff for 4.2 million with his A7 offsuit. Could put this in his min raise folding range. Jam is totally fine, of course, but we need to have some min raise folds if we are able to have min raise calls off 15 bigs to start the hand. And an A7 offsuit fits nicely into the min raise fold category. Good morning, Stratos. They will redraw when it's 24, 16, and 9. And Peter Vodak, new player at the table. Selchuk raising on the button with King 7 of spades to 700k. Dino in the big blind with Queen Jack off suit, 400k more for him to call. King A3 is the flop after Dino completes in the big. Queen of Hearts, Jack of Clubs in his holding, so Queen High flush draw. Selchuk with top pair, of course. Going to take any move away from Dino, just jamming all in for nearly twice the pot. And Peter Vodak is our chip leader, playing 20 million chips with 68 bigs. Gregory, 49 big blinds. Robert, 44. Christopher, 38. Ben, 29. Dino, 27. Selchuk, 18. Ada Cardano is the shortest stack at the table. Gregory raising to 700k with the 10-9 of hearts from early position. Selchuk just with the flat from the cut-off, trapping with the two ladies. Interesting choice of play from Selchuk. Svagkan says position 8 is not Josef Gulas. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Look at this, Jack 3 giving Gregory the flush draw, with Selchuk with the overpair. And Selchuk with the option of taking one off. And seeing a turn, but he could risk a heart coming out. Decides to move all in instead. Gregory going to call with his flush draw. It's one of them ones, if our opponent has a jack, they have a jack. We've got an overpair that we slow play pre-flop. What more could we want or expect? $11.55 million in the middle. Selchuk with the overpair. Now with the full house, Gregory cannot hit a flush anymore. He will lose a considerable chunk of his stack. We are running a special promotion just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king, yeah? You can find out all the information about the resort and the merchandise itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. That's a big pop for the two ladies. There's True Man Triller says he's liking this table. Good action on this table. There is indeed. I'm loving the action so far. We're not even past the first session yet. Very entertaining stuff so far. Ben with the Jack 10. Christopher with the 4 deuce of clubs. Ace Queen 7 is the flop, 1 club. Bit of 350k. And that gets Ben to fold Jack 10. I think we should have seen Ben at least see a turn card here. He's in position, can hit a king for a straight. Jack or 10 might go check, check. He also can bluff if his opponent checks to him on turn or river. Dino in raising from the cutoff with ace 6 offsuit. Christopher on the button with ace jack offsuit. Just opting to call on the button here. Could have went for a 3-bet, but decides against it. Wants to play in position. Cardano going to rejam from the big blind for 15.5 big blinds with pocket 7s. Christopher going to have to call this one, I would think, playing his hand very under repped. Cardano going to have worse aces in his range. He's got the king queens, the king jacks, the king 10 suited, all the small pairs that we're flipping against. Again, he might have got to avoid this situation had he decided to just 3-bet himself pre-flop. Cut off against button. This is one of the hands we want in our 3-bet range. Does make the call. Over 10 million up for grabs in this one as 30 players remain. Cardano with the pocket sevens, Christopher with the ace jack. It would have been a fair fight had an ace not been folded. So Cardano in good shape here to double up. Flop is queen, 3, deuce. Turn is an 8 of spades. Christopher going to need to find an ace or a jack on this river, or Cardano will double up. Christopher will be playing less than 25 bigs. River the 9 of diamonds. Cardano gets the job done, and that will do for him up over the 10 million mark after winning that flip. And there is a page unblooming. Of about €650. Hello Facial Twitch, hello KML, good afternoon fellers. Ben on the button with ace-9 of spades, facing the raise of 625 from Peter under the gun. Peter with the ace-jack offsuit. Gregory with the king, queen of diamonds. Lead jam from the big blind. Traffic is wrong for Cardano. Ben will concede and Gregory will take that pot down. Facial Twitch as Don, I was thinking getting some gold teeth with I need money written on them. What do I think? I think you can do anything you set your mind to. If you put your mind to it, the food in the fridge won't go off. Apocalypse makes a very good point. If you can afford golden teeth, then you don't need money. The kind of geezers that get gold teeth, they would be no stranger to getting into a fist fight a lot of the time, so you mightn't have your gold teeth for long. Dino with the min raise with the 10-9 of diamonds, and Gregory in the small blind. Pocket trees will call the 450k additional, and Peter in the big blind with the Jack 10 off suit. Seven deuce is the flop. Check from Gregory, check from Peter. Now the action on Dino, the original Razor. Dino with the back doors. Diamonds working for him. Can hit a 9 or a 10. Gregory wants to see a turn card with his pocket trees. Believes he's still in the lead. Not anymore. 10 of hearts hits the turn. 3.5 million in the middle. $1.2 million is the bet from Dino. Now Gregory has to decide what he thinks of this second bet from his opponent. And is he going to be faced with a third barrel if he was to call this turn? Gregory, a non-believer, calls the second barrel of 1.2 million. 5.9 million in the middle now. This is the problem with these small pairs. You're now playing 3 high. The river coming to 10 of spades. And now he's turning his hand into the bluff. I don't know how much of a fan I am of this. It's just a little bit too unbelievable. Did we really call on the flop with a hand that contains a 10? Would we lead this river with a 7? Very unlikely. So Gregory not repping much here. That is the problem. Dino shoving all in. Say goodbye to a considerable portion of your stack there. Okay, I believe there is. Rudnick definitely doesn't have 16 million. It must be 6 million. Don't think there's any problem in seeing a flop to try flop a set with your pocket threes, but it's just going to get you in a lot of trouble if you continue on the flop. That was the first mistake. It's going to be very hard to realize our equity. Therefore, we're better off just getting out of the way. Robert checking over to the two ladies of Ben. Ben checking back on ace 7, the turn coming to 4 of clubs. That gets Robert to fold Ben and take that one down. 28 players remaining now. Page unblooming of €750 thereabouts. 700. Can just survive one more elimination. Gregory from the cutoff moving all in. I believe he has 6 million, not 16. So bear that in mind. The stack has been corrected. 5.8 million is the jam from the cutoff. Now, this is a frustration jam, in my opinion. It's almost 20 big blinds. He could just play this pot as a min raise. He can min raise, call off his stack, min raise, get worse hands to call and go see a flop with. It's just too strong of a hand to just be open jamming from the cutoff with almost 20 big blinds in our stack. And Peter on the button with pocket 7s, facing that size of a jam. And he is playing the guts of 20 million. And he doesn't want to gamble here in what he suspects is going to be a coin flip situation. Him and his bright jumper want to live and keep this 6.4 million in their stack for another day. Yes, Steve Oliver says 7-7 calls if no one is behind him. Perhaps in the big blind he would call. But this is the thing, when people jam that much chips, they're not messing around, especially the older contingent. I feel like there's a lot of generalizations happening, but that is the way we have to dissect poker. It's a game of incomplete information. It's like, based on our information, our opponent does this more times than he doesn't, and therefore we let it go, or therefore we call. If you think there is no way that man there is shoving that much chips with a hand like 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s or deuces, then 7s becomes not always a fold if you want to gamble, but you have to know that you're going to be flipping at best. And Cardano raising to 650. Robert with the 3-bet to 1.625 million. Now, had there been a min raise from the ace jack, we could certainly 3-bet our 7s or just call on the button. Robert takes that one down with his pocket nines. Peter Vodak raises to 625 with ace king. Robert with pocket tens in the cutoff. Three betting to 1.625 million. Peter with the ace king off suit, the decision in the hijack. What way do we want to play this? Do we want a 4-bet jam? Do we want a 4-bet call? Do we want to call ourselves? Four bet call it off seems decent to me. Make it about 3.5, 4 million max. 4 bet is the 4 million. The action is back on the pocket tens of Robert. Wow, he just doesn't bat an eyelid and flicks it in. One would have to think if he had a hand as strong as aces, kings or queens, he would have thought about that for a little bit longer. That puts him in the middle part of his range, in my opinion. He doesn't have ace king anymore. Not that he would have ace king that often when we've ace king ourselves, but from Peter's shoes, surely that's a tell how quick he just calls. It's going to be usually a middling pair, and therefore this is not a great flop for Peter. I think we could risk betting something very small here to try fold out. Not fold out 2 overcards maybe, and not give him the chance to bluff us off a pot. Something like 2 million here, 2.5 max. $2.5 million is the bet from Peter. Robert moves all in, and Peter has lost a chunky part of his stack by the way he played this ace king. If we believe our opponent is just going to call us pre, then I think it is way more advantageous to just jam our ace king ourselves and avoid this kind of situation. Okay, and there will be a short commercial break after the next hand. They're all grouping together nicely between that 40 to 20 big blind zone. Chip leader out in front. One or two short stacks. What a fun opening 2 hours of play it's been. Christopher going for it here with the 4 deuce off suit on the button is a bit OTT IMO. Cardano in the big blind with ace 3 off suit. Could opt to just rejam this one, but decides to take one off. We will peel 3. Please, dealer. Flop is Jack 9-3. Over the top, in my opinion, Apocalypse. My apologies for the... I knew that that would go down like lead balloon. As the ace of diamonds hits the turn, and Cardano now with 2 pair. $800k from Cardano. Christopher now with the decision. Make a straight with a 5 here. River, the Jack of Hearts. Christopher calling. And now, surely Christopher had a plan. If he doesn't hit a 5, he's going to turn his hand into a bluff. Ace is up for Cardano getting counterfeit, so this could work, but he definitely doesn't want to go small. No, quickly getting picked off there. As we nearly had a catastrophe, someone tripping over a wire or something like that. Bets 2 million gets snapped off, and Cardano will be playing 15 million when we get back. Okay guys, that brings us to our first commercial break, but stay tuned for loads and loads of more fun, action-packed poker live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Back in a few moments.
because the last time was like 83 or something.
The
and now
DJs are
he's
trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended
I
for
don't
the
think
evening.
we get bubble. By one level, no, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more,
I think also so.
Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river. And he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
Bet 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more.
Let's go.
Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
Good luck.
blind v blind. Sam Grafton, 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the Kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs.
Deuce of clubs.
Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
We are back for more wild action at the Italian Poker Sport 50th edition main event final day. Small blind is 200k, big blind 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. 244. Ben taking that one down on the button with Jack 5 of spades. Don't try this at home. Nice steal indeed. Ben shoving 22 big blinds over the top here with the two Jeffreys. Robert with the decision with the king queen offsuit. Robert gets out of the way with his king queen, and Ben will take that one down with the two jacks. Cardano raising to 900k with the jack 8 of clubs. Taking down the blinds and antes, which are now 1,000,000 chips. You're just adding 1,000,000 chips to your stack every time you can successfully take down the blinds and antes. 26 players remaining now. We'll have a redraw when we reach 24. Pay jump looming of about €750. 650 to €700. They're just surviving one more elimination. Be guaranteed €5,250. The average stack just about to hit 10 million, which is good for 25 big blinds currently, but you have to remember there was 5,166 entries. Robert gonna raise to 1.2 million from the small. Dino gets out of the way in the big with the 7-5 offsuit.
Because every hand you do this, we want to see one time. Why no? Don't believe small big one. Every time small big one, always yesterday also.
Ben raising to 900k from under the gun with the ace queen offsuit. It's going to get everyone to fold. Robert raising to 1.4 million, it looks like, from the cutoff with ace 10 offsuit. Chris playing 4 big blinds in the small with ace deuce of diamonds. Might have to go all in with this one. Does put the last of his chips over the line. Queen 8, 9, all spades is the flop, and it's looking dire for Chris. Robert with the best hand and even more outs. 89% here, 4.5 million in the middle. Chris needing a deuce. Turn is the 8 of clubs. Can get some chop pots now. The board pairs on the river, but it does not. Chris has been eliminated. 25 players remain. All players guaranteed €5,250. And Gregory shoving 15.5 big blinds under a gun into a full table with A7 offsuit is dangerous. Dangerous territory. It is going to work and he will get it through. Can't be doing that too often. If you get called, you are spooked. Robert raises with the ace king offsuit from the hijack to 1.2 million. Everyone folds. Robert will take down the blinds and antes. Okay, getting a couple of questions in there. Rozzy, what's happening, bro? Someone asked if Safwan Bahari is still in the tournament. No, he had unsuccessful coin flip late last night, one of the last hands. He lost a big pot before that, and he was in dire straits coming into the day. He had the chance to double up, however, but King Jack hit runner straight on his ace tree off suit to eliminate him very early on. Ben with the raise to 900k as someone squeals prolifically in the background. Sounded like a dog getting their tail stood on. King 5-5, 2 clubs hits the board. Ben now with King Queen of Spades comes in for the same raise size to 900k. Peter calling the additional 700k from the small blind. Robert calling in the big blind for a $500,000 more, a 5-4 offsuit, playing 22.225 million behind. Flop is ace 4 jack. Not sure what Peter has. Robert with a pair of fours, Ben with a lot of backdoor opportunity. Ben with the bet of 1.6 million. Check from Peter. Check from Ben. River is the king of diamonds. $2.5 million is the bet from Peter. And he's got me convinced he's got a strong hand. Flatting from the small pre-flop. Check calling the flop. Check on the turn. And now betting, leading $2.5 million. We block Queen 10 for the nut straight. We block Ace Queen for top pair. Queen kicker. We block Ace King. Does call. And Peter tables Ace Jack. One of the hands we don't block. It seemed like an Ace Jack, Ace 10 kind of a bet, didn't it, gang? Not beating much with our King Queen, but as I just said, we're blocking a lot of significant hands that beat us. Clock is stopped, so it looks like 24 players have been reached. If not, there will be one more hand. We are going on a short commercial break.
Almost thrown up at the smell of your own, you know.
Join us in about 15 minutes for
So
lots more action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Back in a few moments.
Commentary stint. Felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Alright, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that,
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that, living
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
1 time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs.
5 seconds.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
Raise 3.1.
3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens. and be a 3-1 favourite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail-biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nicky P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
Oh, see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Lucky Luck under the gun, raising with ace queen off suit to 45k, and he's sad with the 2 black Jeffreys 2 seats over.
Raise.
He's going to raise. The 3-bet to 105k. Mexi now in the big blind with 2 9s. A difficult spot. The raise coming from under the gun and the 3-bet from mid position 1.
Oh.
Just calls the 85k more. I think with this stack depth, this is totally fine. Try flop a set 3 ways. Why not? Go 3-way action to the flop, 345k in the middle. Ace, 8, 7, all spades is the flop. Lucky luck flopping by far the best of it here. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Sad wants to bet. He wants to bet something around 100k, 85k, something like that. Goes for 90.
How much to play, please?
I cannot see this. Can you cut it like 20? Please?
Lucky luck with the option. Raise or just call. Raising 250k here.
All in.
Look at this. Instead going over the top. Just the jack of spades. Going with his read. Don't know what this accomplishes really. It's a very daring move. Lucky luck showing significant strength, raising to $250,000 on the flop. He is a non-believer of the $250,000 raise, it would seem. And if you're Lucky Luck, you're not loving this calling off. You're going to be losing against made flushes, ace king, considerable portion of the time here.
You sure? I fold a really big hand.
Wow.
I know.
You would not
Sad.
believe if you see.
You can see later.
Later we can see.
Mad genius move has worked.
I say
no, that's a-
set aces.
Or,
Ace king,
or
king of spades.
I think set ace.
Sad
ace,
repping a hand stronger than ace queen.
Come on, Joe, we can later.
I think you have maybe a set
Getting
sevens or eight.
Lucky Luck to fold
I
ace
have
queen
ace
with the queen of
and
spades.
very good flash draw.
We're playing poker today, folks.
Show one time.
One card.
No.
Wow. Ace queen and queen of spades. Wow.
On the turn.
The move with the jacks, with the jack of spades working this time, but needs to be really careful doing stuff like that. Seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to $1 million.
50? Je to tam 400? Ty 100 000. 4, 5?
Million spolu.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack 9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the King 7 off suit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action.
125.
From Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in.
Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the 3 of diamonds. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't send out a search party just yet. We are back. We are live. Just in time for the all-in of Super Mario against Radek. 6-7-5 is the flop. Super Mario way out in the lead here, flopping a set. Radek needs runner, runner. Turn coming, the Queen of Clubs. Wow. Coming runner, runner. Queen, queen, but no good. Super Mario will double up to 4.75 million. So after the redraw, we still have some familiar faces, some new ones. Nicola Caruso, ace jack off suit and hijack, playing less than 10 big blinds. I suspect we will see an all in, and we do. Francesco Pagliazzo. Will fold. Hong Chen on the button, A7 of hearts. Wants a count. Dino still at this table in the small blind, king 10 off suit. Nicola getting that one through. Takes down the blinds and antes. Paulie Joe 123 asked how many days the tour goes on. Well, this is the main event of the tour. This is the final day of the main event. Broke all records. It was like 5 starting days or something like this. Flakowski, who has played pretty snug and well, from my understanding so far, is raising to 1.5. I don't know the exact amount. Yes, guys, I have a big announcement to make. Now is one of your last chances to vote for us as the best live stream or your favorite live stream. This would mean a lot to us. If you can click the link that has been left in the Twitch chat, or you can go to the website www.globalpokerindex.com/awards and choose Kings as your favorite live stream. Vote for us now. It's your last chance. Maybe Kings is your favorite stream. If not, vote for us anyway. I know, just kidding. But if you do like the stream, you like tuning in, you like the broadcaster, sometimes this is your last opportunity and it would mean the world to us. It's you, the fans, that keeps us streaming. Okay, and the poker players. We'd be nothing without the players themselves because we have nothing to commentate on from this amazing resort. But the Kings production team and everyone involved with making the resort the way it is allows us to stream in the way in which we get to do. It would mean a lot if you could vote for us now. And as I said, it is your last chance, so do or die. As Hong Chen in the hijack, ace jack off suit. Yes, there is certain competition that we have, but I don't think there's any competition that streams every weekend of the year apart from Christmas. And even at Christmas, it's right up until Christmas Day almost. 52 weeks of the year pretty much. We'll call it 50. I'll let you have 2 weeks to yourselves, but you can tune in every weekend of the year pretty much. And that is what I think makes this stream stand out. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Flakowski calling the 825 open. Zhong Chen, the hijack, facing an all-in from Gregory from the big blind. The small blind originally calling also, so this is going to look strong. Hong Chen with a really good opportunity to double up pretty much here. Someone just said no problem, just vote for the stream. I enjoy it very much. Thank you very much. The ace jack does decide to get out of the way, and the action is going to be back on Flakowski. It's about 12.5 big blinds more if he wants to call with his pocket sevens. Big decision here for Flakowski. If he thinks Gregory is rejamming with a pair worse than his own, I think it becomes a necessary gamble. The thing is, he's to worry about Radek in the small blind, but in my estimation, this is dead money. Flakowski wants to keep his 25 or so big blinds and not gamble here for half his stack, which is understandable. Radek won't be calling 4.975 million with not king 9 of clubs. It shows the power of the rejam with last 3 tables of such a prestigious event. Gregory getting to take that one down with his baby pair. Fold all the way around to Radek on the button with king 3 of hearts. Dino raising the min raise amount with his pocket trees. Early-ish position. This is a light open from Dino. These baby pairs don't play well from early position off this stack depth. These baby pairs are great if we have more chips, like 40, 50 big blinds. And that's on the low ball end of things. You really want to be heavily stacked to be playing these baby pairs. He is going to try flop a set, Nicola. with a very defendable Queen 10 of diamonds in the big. 2.2 million in the middle. The flop is Queen Jack 3. Wow. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. Nicola flopping top pair. Dino flopping the set. Getting rewarded for opening his baby pair. Dream flop indeed. This is very likely just going to go bet, jam, call. Nicola going to say bye-bye here a lot, but does have backdoor, straight and flush opportunities.
550.
All in and call. $9.2 million in the middle. Turn is the ace of spades. Gives Nicola a straight draw. 9% now as we hit the river. Dino in pole position to get the knockout and does do just that. Good game, Nicola. 22 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €5,995. Gregory in the cutoff makes it 900k to go with King 8 off suit, and Super Mario on the button with Queen 9 of hearts has to let that one go. Very likely would have seen him jam had it been folded to the button, but Gregory getting a bit frisky, a bit ambitious here with the King 8 off suit. He is in the cutoff, however. Francesco getting out of the way with 6 high. Radek with the raise to 1.1 million with the ace king of hearts. As BVHT says, using his image very well, Mr. Rudnick. I believe that is actually the case as well. But you have to remember, he was just jamming 20 and 22 big blinds from the cutoff and the hijack. And now he's going for min raises. So that either equals the very bottom part of his range or the very top of his range. Not so much the middle of his range. $1.1 million is the open from Radek with the ace king off suit from early position. Ace 10-5 is the flop. Francesco with the queen 10 off suit, calling on the button from Radek's early position open. Both players with a piece. Top pair for Radek, second pair for Francesco. Turn is the king of spades, giving Radek 2 pair. That looks like a lot of pink. 3 million. This bet gonna get Francesco's attention. Gets out of the way. That pay jump has been reached. There's another pay jump looming from €5,995 to 6,878. One elimination away from that pay jump being reached. As Gregory raising this time from early position once more, but he's got Queen Jack off suit. Bad timing. Dino with the runny rockets in the small blind. The aces. Coming in hot with the 3-bet. 3-bet to 2.3 million. Gregory calling 1.475 mil. This is what happens with these kind of hands. You open it and then you want to see a flop in position. So you call. Suddenly a third of your stack is in the middle and you flop a piece of it on King Jack 9-2 spade flop. Inside straight draw to go with your pair of jacks. 5.4 million in the middle, 6.9 million left in your stack. Dino wants to bet about 2 million here to set up a river jam or a turn jam. We do have the ace of spades, however, that is a card we would want our opponent to have. Yeah, it goes even smaller again. That makes perfect sense to me. I was thinking 2 and then the rest. 1.6 could even just be a little bit better. But now for Gregory, it's 1.6 million into a pot of 7 million to see the turn. Those odds cannot be resisted at the best of times. We will see a turn card, 8.6 million in this pot. The turn is the ace of diamonds. Not a great card for Dino. It's an action killer, if anything. Gregory just with 5.3 million behind and 8.6 million already in the middle. I think we most likely just jam. We're not trapping here with the stack to pot ratio the way it is. Going for another tiny bet here. 1.7 million is the bet. Gregory can't see a river. Dino going to take that one down. We'll be up to 19 million now. Hong Chen with the min raise and the cut off at the Queen 10 of clubs off 15 bigs. Bukowski in the small blind. Needs to be careful. 3 betting here. Committing himself to Hong. Well, he's just made it enough where he can get away from it. If it was 4 million on top, should Hong have had a holding warranting an all in. Bukowski will get out of the way after much deliberation. Or Chen will get out of the way. Bukowski will take the pot. Guys have reached another pay jump. €6,878 guaranteed for 18th, 19th and 20th place. No pay jump to be worried about before after that. Before another 3 eliminations, and we have to take into consideration and factor in the fact that we are 8 eliminations away from being guaranteed a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. That's what I was trying to say the first time. I think the redraw will be at 16 players, Sky Nuts. Dino raising to a cool million. The small blind 250k now. Big blind at $500,000 with a $500,000 running big blind ante. Dino is on an incredible run. All the way back up to 18 million. Easy come, easy go though. He needs to be tighter than he was earlier. Dino scooping the blinds and antes, which are now 1.25 million added to your stack. Each time you can take that down successfully. Looked like someone was about to try a check raise in the dark. Alas, we have got the lights back. Flakowski raising and taking that one down. Gregory on the button, 6-5 off suit. Has folded, so it's in the small blind. Super Mario in the small blind. The 2 10s. Gets it through. Jacks. Gregory with the Jeffries. Shoves all in for 8 big blinds in the cutoff. And Hong Chen in the big blind, ace-5 of clubs. I think this could be a good and necessary gamble for Hong. But it is Gregory that's shoving. But it's just not enough for us to fold. The problem is it's nearly all of our stack. Understandable he's taking this much time with such a difficult decision. It's only 6 big blinds total. He just really feels like he's beat, but he knows the price he's getting. He'll be left with 3 big blinds if he calls and loses. He can fold and still have 8. Does eventually fold, and he will be delighted later when he sees how strong Gregory was. Netwar asks any Czech players in the field. No, we don't have any information on the outer tables. Just the feature table, but we will have a redraw when there's 16 players remaining. We'll come back with 2 tables of 8. We'll know more then. Francesco raising to 1.1 million on the button with 8-5 of diamonds, and Dino in the big blind with pocket 9s. Both players, 2 of our deepest at the table here, playing 20 million apiece, which is good for 40 big blinds currently with 20 remaining. Not sure what way we want to play this one. Dino coming in with the 3-bet to 3.5 million, and I think this is his best option. I was going to say 3-bet to around 4 million. 3.5 seems fine, does the same job. Francesco's raised to 1.1 million with the ace jack offsuit from the hijack. Just has to get through Flakowski with his 4 deuce of hearts. Super Mario all in for his last 8 big blinds with ace king offsuit. And Flakowski asking for a count with his queen jack of spades in the small blind. Decides it's a bit too much and will keep his chips for future endeavours. Radic folds his 10-5 offsuit. Was a bit of a nitty fold with the queen jack of spades, but it did represent about a third of his stack or more. Queen jack of spades going to play so well against the all-in range for sub 10 BBs. KML says an easy fold against the villain. He doesn't shove light. Yeah, but I'm just saying, no matter how light or tight someone is shoving, queen jack of just suited queen jack, suited jack 10, jack queen especially, going to play so well against the shoving range. We've got action here. Francesco raised to 1.1 million from under the gun +1 with ace queen off suit. Dino calling in the cutoff for 1.1 million with pocket 7s, and Radic now in the small with pocket jacks. That's a lot of pink. The 3-bet coming to the tune of 4.2 million. I like this sizing. I like this number. We leave ourselves with 9.1 million behind, so perceived that we could be doing this light, although it's not likely, against an under the gun +1 razor and a cut-off caller. But these aren't full tables anymore. They're currently playing 7-handed, I would believe. Francesco with a difficult decision here. $3.1 more to see a flop. It all comes down to how wide we think Radek is capable of 3-betting off this stack depth from the small blind. But it's not just him he's to worry about. He's to worry about Dino in the cutoff, playing 20 mil behind. Does call, wants to see a flop. I ain't mad at it, it's just Radek only has less than 20 big blinds behind, so it's a bit hit and hope for the best, or miss and just be done with your hand. Dino, 10.5 million out there. He's getting 3-1 on his money in position with 7, so it makes a good disciplined lay down, and I like that fold from Dino. Five, 10, 7 is the flop, and now Radek just has one move and one move only. Well, he could decide to bet something like 3 million or 2.5 million, but usually what you're going to see is an all-in. He's deciding to go for the smaller sizing. About 3 million is what you want to go if you're going to go for a smaller sizing than all-in here. $3 million is the bet. And I like this more than shoving. I just expected to see him shove because stack to pot ratio is less than 1-to-1. It would have been a 9 million jam into a 10.5 million pot. Francesco decides to let it go. This is the problem with ace queen. If you miss, you don't know where you're at. And is that correct? Dino would have flopped a set. That's disgusting for Dino. Dino could have opted to see a flop. He was getting good odds with 3-1, but he just read the situation correctly that Radek wasn't messing around with that 3-bet, and therefore deduced from that his 7s was no good, and therefore got out of the way. You're not going to flop a set often, so that's just hindsight that he would have flopped a set in position on this occasion. Hong Chen all in for 3.9 million. And Gregory is all in also with the ace-9. So all in the fella, all in the other fella. 8.9 million in the middle. Gregory has Hong covered. Flop is ace, king, deuce. Gregory in good shape here. Chen gonna need some help. Turn is the 3 of spades. River the 8 of hearts. Chen's main event run has come to an end, and Gregory will be playing the guts of 10 million once more. 19 players remaining, all guaranteed €6,878. 3 eliminations away from a redraw, and 7 eliminations away from every player remaining in the field being guaranteed a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Koofy me asking how many entries. You can see the top right hand corner of your screen every couple of hands how many players entered, how many are left, and what the average stack size is. This main event buy-in was €380. $18 players remaining now. Pay jump looming of about... Jeez, they're getting bigger, guys. This one is almost €1,000 pay jump. I believe it's €18 off a grand, so just, I like to round up, not down. So just surviving one more elimination here will guarantee all the players an extra grand. Jack 9-5 all spades is the flop. Gregory with 10-9 with the 10 of spades. Middle pair 10 kicker, and Francesco with the ace-4. No spade, no nothing, but is the one betting. Gregory quickly calling. I don't like this bet from Francesco unless he has some sort of a backup plan, which he doesn't have with his 4 diamonds, ace of clubs, and he's against the wrong player to be trying to bluff. And Gregory's shoving the turn here. Gregory feeling the heat now, playing 20 bigs or more. A bit more actually. Closer to 25. Francesco completing in the small with jack line offsuit, and Dino in the big blind with ace queen offsuit. Eight, 5 deuce is the flop. Francesco could have opted for a small bet here, but decides against it. Now the action on Dino. Could bet like 1.5 million here. Decides to check back. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. $1.7 million is the bet for Francesco, turning the open ender. Dino checking back the flop to certainly not fold at 1 bet on the turn. This pot now almost 8 million as we hit the river. The river is the king of clubs. Francesco missing. Missing all his outs. Francesco giving up with the check. Now Dino has to decide, would his ace, queen high be good at showdown? Francesco will check behind and be good. Dino will be good after checking behind, not Francesco. Francesco could have bet here somewhere like 4.2, 5 million. There's 8 in the pot. Don't think he could overbet jam. Radek with the ace king of clubs. Francesco calling on the button with the ace-5 of spades. You see the pot, 3.5 million. See the flop, pot 3.5 million. Jack 6, 5, 2 clubs hits the board. Radek with the ace king of clubs. Pair of fives for Francesco. 1.2 million to call. And look at this for an action card. Oh my god, 5.85 million in the middle. The ace of hearts hitting the turn. 2 pair now for Francesco, and Radek with the nut flush draw. Top pair, top kicker. Action time with Action Dan. Radek betting 4.7 million. Francesco not with much behind. Wow, 18.95 million in the middle. The all-in and call at the feature table here. Radek 39%, Francesco 61%. Big moment here for both players. Francesco, the opportunity to have 22.65 million. Radek with the opportunity to have just over 30 million. Very high equity river card about to come out. River is the 4 of diamonds. Nothing Radek can do there. And that means we're going to have a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as we come back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to a winner of the Italian Poker Sport 50th edition tonight. Back in a few moments.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. You're just like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now to 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Open is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s. 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Open, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Open does make the call. 366 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the snap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Open has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Open is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of Diamonds, into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
I was afraid of that. That's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call. And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. The cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out, Pappy. I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old Rose Stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punam Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself, and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets the click call. Cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Bergmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Bergmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather.
All in.
Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh, wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace King 9, right?
Turn.
Wow, could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place Get some GGs in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely, really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
With the Queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reard. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. How deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. It's a very aggressive, very competent Panat Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing to 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queen, zweimal Pop.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Panat Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek drawing to 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had Reard drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
At the last position, sharpen your please.
I wasn't sure if it's him or you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. You're watching the Italian Poker Sport final day. 16 players remaining, and we play down to a winner tonight. There has just been a crucial redraw Last two tables of 8. Peter raising to 1.1 million from under the gun +1 with the ace-9 offsuit. And Grigory in the hijack, going a call with the queen-9 of spades. Francesco's out the way, and it's Flakowski not going to be playing the jack-5 offsuit anytime soon, I don't think. It's just 600k more for him to call. And Johan says only 4 players to bust out for the 10k ticket. Very important thing to note. Sometimes I forget just how much other things, external factors is going on other than just winning this tournament. Securing that 10 grand ticket, very, very important. Think how long the days have been for these players to go home empty-handed and not bag up one of those tickets when you're this close would be terrible. Tragic. Skynuts, I don't know if Super Mario busted. I can't see him at this table. He might be at the outer table, he might not. Jack 6, 7, all diamonds is enough for Peter to take that one down with a C-bet. Devram, Kaya, King 9 of Hearts playing 17.7 mil. Small blind still 250k, big blind still half a million running ante. Yeah, this tournament's been running for 8 days. 5k1. Along those lines. Today is the final day. We played down to the winner tonight. Here from takes it down. Yesterday was day 2. And it ran late into the morning. It was gone past 4:20. Past a lot of people's bedtimes. I could be wrong in saying this, but I believe for a buy-in that's not 200, like it's still a significant buy-in. It's €380. Could be unprecedented in Europe to ever see this many runners for that kind of a buy-in with this kind of guarantee. Smashing the whole off it in the way we have. Especially considering it was unexpected. We knew we'd get huge numbers, but not this many. 5,166 entries. Just incredible stuff. Kings knocking it out of the park. Be sure to check out our newest poker video on TikTok at the Kings Resort Official. Francesco raising with the 10-9 of clubs from the hijack. Devram calling in the big blind with the Queen 10 offsuit. Up is Ace Queen 7 all diamonds. Devram with the flush draw, pair of queens. Francesco with the betting lead. Fourth diamond hits the turn, 4.5 million in the middle. Devram with the check mark, 10 high flush. Francesco going to wave the white flag. We'll see the river. River is the ace of hearts, pairing the board. Devram wants to get value here. I would bet about 1.5 to 2 million. Goes for 2.4. Don't mind a little larger sizing. If our opponent has an ace, they're going to have to pay us off. Johan with a catchphrase of his own. The wish is the father of the thought. Don't believe I've ever heard that one before. Good on you, Johan, the man. Gregory calling in the big blind is Jack 10 off suit. Devon with the 7-4 off. The flop is King, Queen, 3. Turn is the king of clubs, 5 million in the middle. A bet and a call. Dev remains slowing down. This time he's betting 2.1 million. Strong play there from Devram, getting the job done, and that will do for him with 7 high. Peter Vodak with the kings of kings in the cutoff, raising to 1.1 million. Devram, pocket fours on the button, wants to try flop a set in position. Why not? Wow, what a flop. Cardano flopping trips here. And Peter with the overpair to the board. Action time with Action Dan. Peter betting 2 million. Cardano now going to posture up a bit. Why not? Surely just going to call the 2 million. I don't really get this. No reason to min raise here. Just scare away your opponent if he has nothing. On this occasion, he happens to have an overpair and won't be going anywhere. Unless you're afraid of a queen popping off, call here all day is the play. $12 million in the middle as we see the turn. Stack to pot ratio is 2-1 now. Just half pot jamming. Peter calling with the kings. Cardano way out in front here. What a moment for him. 23.5 million in the pot. Sad days for Peter, but at least he will still have 15 million behind. Ace, both up, Cardano. What an exciting hand. I see what you're saying, Steve. It looks like a bluff, but if you're going to make your hand look like a bluff, you want to have more chips behind. There's no need when the stack to pot ratio is so small. What I mean by that is once we make it 4 million, we've only got 6 behind. If we just call the 2, we can get our opponent to bluff if they have nothing, and we can get them to continue with their value hands. But like, the more I say it, like, it doesn't matter. The money's going in the middle anyway. No getting away from that for the kings. Kings. You heard the man. Blinds are up. Small blind now 300k. Big blind 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. As Steve says, you can't put him on a tree with a raise on the flop. Yeah. Or you mean, you said pre-flop. Do you mean on the flop? Yeah, I see what you're saying. The min raise, it's like, well, he'd hardly do that with a tree, so you can never put him on a tree. With the stacks that shallow, I just don't think it matters. I think if we've got a queen, we're just going to call. We might min raise call off with a queen. If we're going to min raise call off with a queen, then we could just be as likely to min raise call off with a queen or a tree. I just think it makes less sense to raise with a tree. It just doesn't sit well with me. Jakob. Mofo asked, is this live? It's as live can be. 30-minute delay. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Cardano on the button. King Jack off suit. Off goes check, check. Queen 9, 8, 9. Francesco with the flush draw and an inside straight draw. Cardano just with a straight draw, but a better one. Cardano will fold to a 1.5 million pressure bet. Wouldn't have been surprised to see Cardano see a river there. Deciding against it. Peter going to take down the blinds and antes with his ace king off suit. Devram opening with the 10-8 of spades. Francesco on the button with pocket eights. Ben going over the top here with the ace queen of clubs for 9.6 million, which is 16 big blinds. Action back on Francesco with the 2-8s. Francesco folding. Deducting that he was flipping at best and deciding to get away from it. Cardano with the raise to 1.3 million. Takes down the blinds and antes, which are 1.5 million currently. And Gregory raising under the gun here with 10-8 of hearts. Little unorthodox. Little unorthodox for Devram to call in the big blind as well, with Jack Deuce off suit. Don't like this check back from Gregory because wants to rep some of that board with a queen or an overpair or something when he's min raised off 12 bigs under the gun. There's a card he can rep. $4.425 million pot all the same. Gregory, tricksy little hobbitses. Not often you see the min raise with the 10-8 suited under the gun off a stack of 12 big blinds. Just slightly under even. Very nice indeed. Do need to be careful not c-betting that board though. I know we can pick up a straight draw on the turn, but we open ourselves up to just being bluffed off the pot on turns and rivers, so best to c-bet that one, I think. $15 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €8,995. Queen Jack 4 is the flop. Francesco with the 7s, Jakob with the Ace King. Both early position. That is 750k from the Ace King. Like this bet, like this sizing. Gets the job done. Poker 158 asks how many players are playing. You see the top right hand corner of your screen, there are 15 players remaining. Back up min raising with the ace 3 of hearts. $10-4 diamonds in the big blind calls the additional 600k. Ace Jack 7 is the flop. The 750k from Jakob. Cardano flopping a set here from the small. And Jakob with a pair of fives, backdoor flush draw, straight draw capabilities will come along for 1.5 million. 6.2 in the middle as we see the turn. The turn is the deuce of hearts. An action card. Jakob now with a flush draw. Wow, really interesting check here from Cardano. I don't know if I like it. I want to put more money in the pot here when my opponent has a pair or a flush draw. Now we've given him a free card. The river coming to 6 of clubs. Cardano. I think we need to try get a bluff out of our opponent. But that 6 might have given him trips, so we don't want to miss out on that value after missing out on the value from the turn. Turn is the place to get the value here in this hand, if you ask me. If we're going to bet, I'm going to bet big-ish, somewhere like 4 million. 4.5 million is the bet. Really price a 7 if they've a 7. Try to get max value from a 6. The way it played out though, would Cardano play a 6 this way? I guess he would. Gets Jakob to fold a pair of 5s nonetheless. Yes, original muffin, that is a very good point. I think the reason he didn't bet the turn was to go for a check raise. I think if we were to weigh up the two options, try to go for a check raise or try to get value on the turn and build a pot, I think the superior play of the two would be to bet the turn. I was aware that he wasn't checking the turn because he was scared. Guys, it's really important to note that there are 13 players remaining. Only 12 will get this €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So we are on the stone bubble for that WSOP main event ticket. That is going to slow the play slightly, I would imagine, although things have been very fast paced throughout the day. And this enables the bigger stacks to really apply maximum pressure to the shorter ones. The middling stacks need to just shut up and fold for the most part, and the smaller stacks can't be bullied too much, but they have to really pick their spots well because they've got to know how much is at stake. Looks like there is an all-in on the outer table. Oh wow, and look at that. Normally the bubble can take a long time. This day has been going relatively fast so far, and all players remaining, congratulations, you have secured a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Now back to the big boy business. All players guaranteed €10,800. But look how much money is up top. The title, €213,000. $12 players remaining. The 12 apostles, only 9 can go to the final table. That's the way she goes. King 5-3 is the flop. Cardano with the ace king. Steve says a lot of pressure off now. Yeah, there is a lot of pressure off, but that will be short-lived because they will be at the final table soon enough, and then the pressure's on. Massive, massive jumps. Although it's amazing to secure that ticket, I've seen people go nuts, go a little cray-cray on the bubble trying to secure that ticket, and it's cost them their tournament in a few situations. And that ultimately is more important than the €10,000 ticket. So although that's secure and pat yourself on the back, that's brilliant, but it's on to bigger and better things. It's very hard to stay composed. The adrenaline is pumping through your veins. King's Resort has that kind of atmosphere. Amazing environment to be around as Ben makes it 1.6 million. A bit too big of a raise here from Ben. Oh, sorry, he's in the small blind. I take it back. Devon going to call and out flop the kings of kings. Ace, queen, deuce is the flop. Ben betting 1.4 million, quickly getting called by Devram. And we will see the turn card, 6.6 million in the middle. Bet at 2 million and a call, or Ben is deliberating a call. He's got to be careful here. He's only got 7.7 million. Does call. Now this pot very bloated, 10.6 million, 5.7 million left in Ben's stack. Devram, the covering player. River, the jack of diamonds. Nothing he can do there. Big pot for Devon. Big difference there between taking that pot down and losing it. Hard to put your opponent on an ace there. Nothing you can do. Got to call two streets. We've got to call the third bet. There's an update of your chip counts. Flakowski and Ben tied at the bottom. Gregory with 11, and then Devon with 40, Cardano with 46, and then your chip leader out in front. 10-6 deuce. Rainbow. Devon with top pair, king kicker. This is Jakob going to bet. The betting lead, the initiative and position. Bet 750. Uh-oh, Gregory all in with ace-8 off-suit in the small, and Cardano picking up the kings of kings in the big. 5.3 million for him to call. Are we about to lose Gregory in 12th place? Barry keeps finding its way onto the board. Will it happen this time? I think he asked for a count before he'd looked at his hand. I could be wrong. 12.4 million in the middle. See the flop. King in the window. King 8-6. Gregory can hit runner heart. That's about it. Turn is the ace of spades. You can hit an ace now for a higher full house. River to jack of spades. Yeah, unless he'd looked at his hand first of all, original muffin. I think he asked for a count before he looked at the hand, but there was a lot going on. Either way, we now have 11 players remaining. All players guaranteed €12,995. I enjoyed Gregory's play. Some unorthodox, interesting, weird stuff. Very outside of the box play from Gregory at times, and I like a wild card at the feature table felt. And he provided. He delivered. Just couldn't get to the final table, but he does secure that 10 grand ticket, and that is going to be worth its weight in gold in the third to fourth quarter of the year. Fourth quarter. Flop goes check quickly on Queen 10-10. One club. Turn is the deuce of clubs. Gives Cardano a flush draw. Jakob with trips. Cardano leading into Jakob. Fun blind v blind battle. Betting a call. River the Jack of Hearts. Jakob in the small blind, 35 million. Queen 4 offsuit. 2 eliminations away from the final table. In pole position. Just moves all in. And Flakowski picking up ace-8 of spades in the big blind. Insta call. All in the fella, call the other fella. 11.2 million in this one, up for grabs. Just shy of 20 big blinds. Four, 3 deuce is the flop. Top pair for Jakob, and Flakowski is going to need help. He gets it on the turn in the form of an 8 of diamonds. Jakob now needing a queen or a 4 to eliminate him. Cannot get the job done. Flakowski will double up to 11.2 million. He did have a straight draw on the flop, but I felt like his chances were bleak. Flakowski now pocket tens in the small blind. And an all-in the call. Ben running into it here. Very, very unlucky. Blind v blind. Ace 10 of diamonds. Flakowski with the trap in the small blind, but it wouldn't have mattered. It was all going in the middle anyway. 10.8 million up for grabs in this one. Flakowski pole position to knock out a player, and we will go 10-handed. For 2 tables of 5. But there will be 10 remaining. Ben needing a Barry or something to that effect, or he will be our 11th place finisher. Flop is king, 9-8. No help on the flop. The turn is the 3 of hearts. Ben needing a Barry. Can Ben hit a Barry? He cannot. Set on the river for Flakowski. Puts him back up at 17 million. 10 players remaining. Cardano now playing 55 bigs, 33.2 million. Jakob with 50 bigs, 30 million. Devram 46 bigs with 27 million. And Flakowski playing 16.9 million. There's a lot of chips still in play, as you would expect with 5,000 entries. But it's evening out here. There's not much in it between the top 3 at this table. We will get a new player, and we will go 2 tables of 5 until we have one more elimination, and we will be set for our Italian Poker Sport main event final table. Looks like we've got Dino Volkolz back at our table. Looks like the outer table has been kind to him, playing 33.4 million. So we've about 3 stacks around that 30 million mark. Very close. It'll be a hell of a fight for the last piece of pudding at this final table. We've got to reach the FT first though. 10 remain. Big pay jump here, by the way, of about €4,200. That's a big boy pay jump, and it has to be taken into careful consideration with every decision. $1.7 million is the bet on 865 Rainbow. Cardano with top pair, queen kicker. Dino with top pair, inside straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Just shy of 5 million in the middle. And we will see a turn. Turn is the king of hearts. Cardano still best with his top pair. Now, does Cardano want to bet again, or pot control in position? He does pot control, 6.6 million in the middle. River is the 10 of clubs. Now, if you're Cardano, do you bother trying to get additional value? Like a very small bet might get paid by a 6 or a 5. You run the risk of getting check raised sometimes. You also run the risk of getting called by a better 8, but it's highly unlikely. Would have to be ace-8. All things considered, probably best to just check on this river. Dino with the 3x raise from the small with the 10-5 offsuit. Gets Devram to fold his ace deuce. Interesting. Thought we'd see Devram peel one off here with an ace and in position. You don't see that often, someone folding an ace in their big blind to a 3x raise when we are this deep. But not fancying going heads up even though we're in position. And for me, that's a bit of an over adjustment. Raise from Jakob, the min raise to 1.2 million. Pocket sevens. Devram with the option for 900k more to try flop a set with his fours. You might want to 3-bet this one 5-handed, or I think it's best if we just seen him fold for a 3x raise from small blind to big blind with ace deuce. Didn't expect to see him 3-bet a hand like pocket fours. Just wants to call, keep the pot controlled. Try flop a set, see what happens. Cardano coming along in the big with ace-6 of hearts. Flop is king 8-4 rainbow. Bet a 1.3 mil from Jakob with the pocket sevens. Cardano hitting none of this, and Devram with the set of fours, exactly what he was looking for. I actually missed that, would you believe it or not. I was looking at the sevens. He did indeed flop a set. Deciding to just call 6.9 million in the middle. Now Jakob most likely checks back here. If he was to fire again, he would be targeting a hand like an 8 to fold. And on that 3 of hearts river, it's Devram's turn to try get some value. If he's going to bet, I would bet somewhere about 3.5 million. Goes for 2.5. Really targeting an 8. Weak king that opened pre. A turned queen, perhaps. Nice time to flop a set and win a pot all the same. Flokowski under the gun, pocket fives. Wisely lets it go. Dino min raising with the 9-8 of diamonds. Devram on the button with ace king off suit. Playing almost identical stacks to start the hand. And you've seen the pocket fives fold there because he's into 4 players. They've all shown a propensity to be aggressive. With 22 bigs, fives isn't going to play that well. Post flop unless we flop a set. We're going to get 3-bet often, so unless we're willing to 4-bet jam with a hand like fives, it's best to just muck it. Muck it off that stack depth, unless you wanted to shove, which would be a bit too much. $1.45 million more for Dino to call with his 9-8 of diamonds. I don't think we can say no for this price. $8.1 million in the middle. We've got action. Flop is queen, 4, deuce. This could just be an action killer, really. Devram going to bet and take this one down. Doesn't need to bet too much. 2.5 million. 3 million maybe. $2.8 million right in between the two. Devram takes down another pot. Cardano raising to 1.7 million with the Queen 9 of Hearts on the button. And Flakowski in the big blind with King 5 of Diamonds. Nine, 5, 9 is the flop. Trips for Cardano. Cardano running very well on flops, turns and rivers. Flakowski could spell trouble for him here. Good flop for his hand. Facing 1.6 million bet. What way does Flakowski want to handle this one? Turn is the deuce of clubs. What a brick. Flakowski most likely going to have to call a second bet here. If I'm Cardano, I'm betting somewhere in or around 2.8 million, setting up a river jam. Don't need to bet any more than that. Goes for 4 million. Now, Flakowski thinks that Cardano is having him on here. He might just shove to protect his pair of fives. I know that sounds bizarre, but if he's to call 4 million, he's got to be comfortable to call on the river if he thinks his opponent's bluffing. If not, you want to take that move away from him, and the only way you can take that move away from your opponent is to shove now. Calling represents a third of our stack, and there are scare cards. This is the problem. When we call the turn here, we've got to be committed to call the river if we have that read that we're ahead of all of Cardano's bluffs. And I don't know what Cardano's bluffs are, but they could contain a wide range given that there are 10 players remaining and only 9 will go to the final table. If you're Cardano and you're trying to bluff your opponent off a 5, which is really what Flakowski has to have calling the turn bet, it's either a 9 or a 5 or nothing. And he doesn't call 2 streets with nothing, and we have a 9. So if we were bluffing, we would have to bet flop, turn and river to get our opponent to fold a 5. So now it's all in to call for Flakowski, and from Flakowski's shoes, if we think our opponent is betting all 3 streets to try get us to fold a 5, we've got a call on the river, having invested significant amount of our chips on the flop and turn. This pot is huge. Facial twitch says, not sure why to call in the turn and fold in the river. That's exactly what I was describing and explaining. But to call it bad play, if he shoves the turn, we're also saying it's bad play because he's getting snapped off by a 9 or any better hand. But I think we need to protect our hand. If we do think we've the best hand on the turn, it just becomes a clear jam. Unless we are willing to call the river. If we call the turn, I feel like we have to call the river. But I don't think it's bad to call on the turn if we are willing to call on the river. There's just so much money out there for the taking if we get our opponent to bet 4 million and fold on the turn. Look at this, 2 moderators agreeing with each other in the chat. This is a glorious Monday evening. Vote for the stream, the Global Poker Index. If you like King's Streams, it brings you entertainment and content pretty much 52 weeks of the year, 365, 247. Click on that link and vote on the Global Poker Index for your favorite live stream. Thank you for your comments. You're too kind. Much appreciated. I'm only a newbie, but I'm learning fast. Jakob, the min raise from the cutoff. Ace-7 off suit. And while you're at it, we are running a special promotion just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop. So you can dress like a king, yeah? I don't know if they're selling any red panties. Not yet, anyway. But But you can find out all the information about that merchandise at the website www.kingsresort.com. And it looks like we have our final table. Play is being paused. That means we're going to go on a short commercial break. Do not go anywhere as we come back for more action in just a few moments. Stay tuned.
Four flushed. Punsbury still smiling somehow. Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
To give Orphan?
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
You sucked down on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with Open, right?
And Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape. 4.4 in the middle. Oh no. 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come. 8 clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place. 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world. Upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How did they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments at dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments of 3-buys at night because I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
So it's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning 2 things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments.
Yeah. That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level.
Yeah.
And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if
That's
you're
the most important,
playing for money.
Yeah.
Like 2.3?
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in?
He does announce all in with the A6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 946. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him, okay, I'm all in.
D-Negs makes the call, cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah, have a good hand. I shoved. Yeah.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shoved. He would fold ace-6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu right in his tracks on winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. Like, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat, is history about to be made here in Rozvadov? Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream were wondering why you're calling King 8. It's like the completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
Because there's so many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. Like, I wish I was out there playing.
The Triton events here, anytime I miss them and I watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now, and it's too late. I get such FOMO from watching them.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those higher buy and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks. I'm like, damn, you know.
Yeah. No, for me, because also, like I play at the Poker Go studio, right? And you know, it's limited because the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. But then you go to these Tritons and it's like the fields are 8 times bigger.
Yeah.
You know, huge prize pools and stuff like that, and they look really juicy. But I definitely get the FOMO from that. But I want to play whenever the next Triton is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been like officially announced yet.
I was surprised I came here because I was like sort of a little bit last minute. Leon texted me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden I was, this might be fun. And I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah.
I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it.
Yeah.
In terms of, you know, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So I want to strike while the iron is hot until people figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it, because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go tour,
Selfie stick.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I
didn't
trashed
see
the selfie stick. You know, that was a 250K. And it was like,
that was WSOP.
Yeah, I was on my second bullet, you know, whatever, 210s against David Peters.
Yeah.
Runner spades he hit, you know, and I just was like at my peak, and I had this selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground. And then Justin Bonomo said I beat women.
I mean,
as a result, because I broke a selfie stick, and he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are afraid to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet, a golfer throw his, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
Säg någon. Vi säger bingo då. Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. D-Negs, you're in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50K. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160. 160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of
quarter pot. Man, Dinek's just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360, and I was speaking to Dinegs. Went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800k.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
All in.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is that? Can I get a count?
Let's see. Okay, we got
Announces
1 million.
all in.
That he asked, right? Because then he probably doesn't have a queen. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
1.6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock
Yeah, he gets
while
it
you're
at
counting.
20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing Eternal River. Dvoris just going to run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused. I didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder. Okay.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner
Nobody
pocket.
would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you know, you need a fold, yeah. You got me covered, right?
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No. If anyone knew, I swear, like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it. That's every fucking 3 days.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I'd never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket 5s. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
As a spectacle.
what did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Oh wow. I mean, it's the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like. Yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn? I mean, it's just like a nasty spot. Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11. fifth place for 159,000 euros. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 games.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind for that run out.
You like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
your seats. Printers not out any Apple devices. No headphones, earphones, mobile phones, smartwatch. Anything like that, just give my colleague over there, please. Laptop? No laptop. No, nothing. Your phone?
Somebody need this?
You don't need it, I will take, but you don't. It's okay. It's mine probably, I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is final table time. If you're just tuning in, you're about to watch the final table of the Italian Poker Sport main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's action time with Action Dan, your broadcaster for this final table. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal. Shuffle up and peel. Congrats everyone making the FT. Dealers, you will go on my first whistle. Players, you will go on my second whistle. 3, 2, 1. May the best man win. Let's go. Cards are in the air. Small blind still 400k, big blind 800k with an 800k running big blind ante. All players remaining are at the same table. All players guaranteed 17,100 euro. They've all secured that 10 grand ticket, and now we play until we crown yet another champion at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. The winner tonight will take home 213,000 euro, excluding the 10 grand ticket. And Facial Twitch asked me before the break who I fancied to win. I don't know. I haven't seen some of these players yet, so it's hard for me to say. Sometimes when I'm commentating, there's someone that really stands out as the runaway bride. That has not been the case for me today. There's a few closely bunched. Jakob raising to 1.6 million. I ate the rest of that salmon, Facial Twitch, so extra energy now. Ready to go. Jack 8, 6, 2 diamonds. Set for Ka Ming Lee, who is the chip leader, playing 54 million to start the hand. And Jakob with top pair, king kicker. Now, it just depends how he can control the size of this pot. This will look really strong to Ka Ming Lee. As Jakob is betting into 3 players here from an under the gun raise. Does he just want to raise now and tin the field? It really looks like Jakob is going to have an overpair to the board the way he's played this, betting 2.7 million into 3 other players. If I go on a raise, I want to raise somewhere, yeah, just below 7 million. 6.7 million seems great. Like this sizing a lot. And for Jakob, we've just been raised after we bet into 3 players. And although it's by the chip leader, we've no reason to believe that he's messing around here. So a very difficult decision here for Jakob, because it is essentially for his tournament. If he calls here, the pot's going to be massive. Stack to pot ratio is going to be about 1-to-1. Is he just going to let it go? I think he does, yeah. Recognizing Ka-Ming Lee had to be very, very strong to raise him in that position. And you know what? Jakob makes a really, really good disciplined laydown there. One of the first hands of the final table. And the Jordi Hull Tackers. The ace jack off suit. Sub 20 big blinds to start the hand, raising to 1.6 million. Does take that down. Always good to add lines and antes to your stack at the FT when you're sub 20 to start the hand. That's a really nice gain there from raising under the gun. It's a good result. Shock Chalk it down. Francesco with the raise to 1.6 million with the King Jack of Hearts. Robert with the call with the ace-10 off suit and the cut-off. Big blind gets out of the way, heads up action, 5.2 million in the middle. King Queen 9 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Top pair for Francesco with an inside straight draw. Straight draw for Robert also. And Dino does even sound like a dinosaur, doesn't he? Dino Volkol's the German dinosaur. Alles gut, ja. New chips are in play. The pinks are still 500,000, and then we have chipped up, so the yellow chips are 1 million a pop. Dino with the ace jack, min raising to 1.6 million. Dino with the min raise, pocket tens from under the gun. Oh, we've got action here. Jakob picking up 2 9s in the cutoff. Just with the call, I think this is wise given the dynamic of the situation. The ICM situation. Just look at some of those pay jumps. They're huge. 17, 22, 29, 39, 51, 68, 90, 129, and then 213. The jump's just getting bigger and bigger. Devram calling for 800k more, getting phenomenal odds to see a flop 3 ways for 1 big blind more. The flop is ace, queen, 4. Bad flop for Dino and Jakob. 2 overcards to their pairs. Inside straight draw for Devram. Everybody checking to see the turn, which is the jack of clubs. Looks like all players are checking the turn also. Devon might pick up this pot if he decides to bet the river. River coming the 8 of hearts. Now deciding. No, piecing out a bet. If he's going to bet, he wants to bet about 3.5 million, 4 million. Two and a half. I guess this does the same kind of thing. 4 is probably a bit too big. I would say 3 or 3.5. 2.5 works also. But now you're giving better odds for a jack or a queen to call you if they did have those holdings. As it stands, 2.5 going to get the same job done. Nice pick up for Devram. Cardano min raising with a little bit of cheese on top to 1.7 million. The ace jack off suit. Dino taking that one down. Facial Twitch said, see what happens when you don't 3-bet the 9-9. Well, he's 25 bigs, the cutoff. If he'd less chips, like 15 blinds or so, he could opt to rejam, but I think he had a little bit too much. 2 fight for the pot and the third take it away, says Johan. KML says, can't believe both folded there. Yeah, you've got to stay involved in the championship rounds. It was a magnificent pickup for Devon with the 4 high there, or the 5 high, the 5-3 diamonds. Sports fan asks, what was the starting stack? I believe it was still 50k like most events in Kings, but if you look at the top right hand corner of your screen, you can see we had 5,166 entries, and that is why you are going to see a 1 million big blind after this level. Dino in the small, completing with the Queen 9 offsuit. Ka Ming Lee. Going to check his option with the Queen 4 and Dino. Having Lee out-kicked here. Yes, Dutch Poker Joker, this was a €380 buy-in, smashing the whole off the 1 million guaranteed, almost hitting 1.7 million in the prize pool. Dino takes that one down. As Apocalypse has just declared there are 258 million chips in play. Seatbelts and airbags. I have a fresh pot of coffee, a big flask of it, a litre. A few pieces of fruit. Ready for the long haul Sally. Robert with the min raise under the gun with the ace-8 of hearts. Did you put that into Chat GPT to figure that one out, Apocalypse, yet? You'd rather if you got a special calculator, using one of those widgets. GTO Joe. You've got GTO Joe on the line. You rang him up, you said, hey, I'm on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I've got a question for you. How many chips will be in play at the start of the next level? The same as this level, he said. As the 3-bet comes in to 2.5 million from Francesco in the big blind with the ace-queen offsuit. I don't understand this. This is like a click back out of position against an under the gun raise. unless it's a misclick, that's pretty horrific. I'm just going to call a spade, and there's 2 spades on the flop, giving Francesco trip queens. So what do I know? He got Robert to call with an inferior holding. Every day is a learning day. And then he checks after the click back. And Robert, getting Robert to bite here. Look at this. Do these players know something that I don't? This is astonishing. Robert, Francesco getting 5 million chip bet of value from just checking over to Robert. And now we've got to Hollywood a little bit. Oh no, I'm not so sure. What an amazing feeling. If you're Francesco, surely just got to call this one. Don't know what we're repping when we click back from the big blind, check call a 5 million bet. No, he doesn't just move all in. I don't believe it. Oh my God. He had me at hello and now he had me at goodbye. He should have just called that 5 million. But given Robert the opportunity to bluff further, would have 14 million behind. Robert surely just saving face here. Just give him a chance, lads. Robert does think for a while before folding. A comment came in from Sports Fan that I loved. This is the best play we've ever seen if he just calls. But then he went and spoiled it all by doing something stupid like saying, "I'm all in." If people are wondering what the action was, there was an open under the gun and he basically clicked it back at his opponent for 900k more from the big blind. He then proceeded to flop trips and check, get his opponent to bluff 5 million chip bet before moving all in for an additional 14 million. It has to be said though that he played his hand like he was jamming a flush draw or something But it's very strange that he clicked back from the big blind. I don't know what that indicates to an under the gun open. The only thing I can think of is he wants kings and aces and jacks to call on the flop and not lose his customer on the turn. There's just not a good enough reason to weigh out the advantages of just calling. Robert on monkey tilt now, re-jamming from the big blind with king 6 off suit here. Actually, no, it's not monkey tilt. I thought it was button against the big blind. It's small blind against the big. Francesco raising, Robert re-jamming. It's still very wide. Macam Drill says, no more singing, please. Yes, I never ever sing on this channel. It was just a moment where it came to me that he just spoiled it. I'd be a dancer, not a singer. You make a ring and I'll dance. And here's the sick thing about this. Francesco is going to be forced to fold a way better hand. ICM being astronomical. It shows the power of the rejam. Robert getting his opponent to fold a dominating king 10 of hearts. Thank you all who have voted so far, and anyone else who has just joined in, got home from work, fed the wife, pet the cat. Now is your time to vote. Vote for Kings as the best stream, best live stream on the Global Poker Index website, www.globalpokerindex.com/awards. Robert completing in the small with 10-8 offsuit, and Cardano in the big with the Jeffries. Cardano takes it down. The Ronnie Rockets under the gun for Hull Tackers, Jordi. Good time to pick these up under the gun, sub 20 big blinds. Open to 2.5x, which is 2 million currently, and Francesco in the cutoff here in a big decision. But we've got action. Lee calling in the hijack for 2 million with 8-7 of hearts. Good man, Francesco. And Robert on the button here with pocket eights is going to call. This is astonishing action here. 3 pairs out there. The aces, the 10s, the 8s, the 8-7 of hearts for Lee in the hijack. And the King Jack in the big blind for Jakob. And the decision. $1.2 million more to call. 10 million in the middle. In for a penny, in for 1.2 million more. 5-way action at an FT like this. It's almost a family pot. Kind of, not really. The flop. King Jack 9. Wow. Jakob flopping top 2 pair. Out flopping the aces of Hull Tackers. Inside straight draw for the 10s. The 8s. And the 8-7 even has a straight draw. But it is Hull Tackers with the overpair. And the top 2 for Jakob. Don't see how this doesn't go all in between Hull Tackers and Jakob. I'm all for getting value, but I think if I'm going into 4 players here, I might just jam for just over the pot. You do not want to risk a bad run out in this situation. Perhaps betting 4.5 million, and if there is significant action behind, like 2 all-ins, you'd be forced to fold. So maybe a smaller bet than all-in is optimal. I know the bet's committing himself, but it's not committing if there's 2 all-ins behind him. You give the illusion of him being committed more than anything. Jakob jamming from the big blind, and he is the most likely to have a weaker range than aces, a weaker hand than aces, as in pair in a straight draw, pair in a flush draw, He's the last one to close out the action. Now look at the size of this pot, 37.4 million. Jakob with top two. Hulltacker's ace is currently being cracked, but can they get there? Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Needs the board to pair for Hulltackers and be sent packing, and he is. Absolutely nothing Hulltackers can do there. Really, really unlucky for him. Good game, sir. Unlucky in the end. You take home €17,100 for your efforts, and that means 8 players remain, and they're all guaranteed €22,500. And of course, that ticket I'm always mentioning, worth €10,350 to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. And then there was 8. The Squid Games continues. There can only be one winner. Bukowski going to be over the moon there with a pay jump. A hop, skip and a jump over the moon. Still in last place, of course, but getting a significant pay jump there. Okay guys, we cannot be open shoving aces into a full table, 20 big blinds under the gun, under no circumstances. If you want to do that, you go right ahead. You scaremonger. Okay, a few comments coming in here saying the aces should be check folding and the likes. Maybe if he had more than 20 big blinds to start the hand, we could consider doing something else. There's not much room for maneuver on a flop multi-way sub 20 big blinds. I do agree it's going to be a very condensed range that gets all in against an under the gun range when we are this many people to the flop, but with aces and the overpair, we've got to just go with our hand, unless you want to make some sick read or sick hero fold. And it's all well and good to be sitting at home thinking you can make that fold when you're sitting in the seat. Who the hell wants to be seen at the FT of a massive event folding aces and be the laughing stock of kings? All these factors are running through your head. Oh, I could be getting bluffed. I'm up against a draw. It's just too strong of a hand. We have the best hand we can have starting. We have an overpair to the board. Granted, it's not an amazing flop. There's a lot of hands that can beat us. There's a lot of hands we're drawing against, or that has a draw that we're up against. But given the way to play it out, and you bet 4.5 million, you just want to fold and leave yourself with 8? I don't think so. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the blinds have gone up. The small blind is now $500,000. The big blind, 1 million, with a 1 million big blind ante. And Flakowski all in the small blind with King 4 for 4.8 bigs. And Devram with the decision here, sub 5 big blinds with a Queen Deuce, are going to be ahead of some of Flakowski's range. But I think given ICM we could just pass. We want a better kicker than our Deuce. Does let it go. Anyways, one positive thing we take away from that hand, the Action Army on Twitch is on fire. I love to see it. Love to see all you boys out there discussing hands like pros. Great for the rants and bants. Lukowski, ace-8 offsuit on the button, 6.4 million. Dino with the decision for 5.6 million more. Won't be calling with the Jack-6 offsuit. No harm to ask for a count to see exactly how much Flakowski's playing. Lee raising to 2 million with the pocket sevens. There is another way you could have played the aces. You could have limped under the gun, let someone raise, and then came over the top. But you might as well put a sticker on your head saying, I have aces. I even put in what suits you have just to make it really easy for them. Queen 9-4 is the flop. Francesco with an inside straight draw can make a straight with a 10. Lee ahead. Yes, they have got the wrong seats according to the graphics. They are swapped over. So what that means is seat 8 and seat 9 are swapped for a couple of hands, but it'll be fixed momentarily. This is a good day, says Oliva. Won in my city like 50k euros in some tournament. I like his play. He was streaming on Twitch for some time. Thank you for letting us know that. I actually didn't know that. Robert shoving 14 blinds under the gun with ace king. Devram asking for a count in the cutoff. Just with the queen 10 of spades. Going to be too much to call here. No harm in posturing. Sports fan asks, do I play this final table different to normal regarding the ICM is so big? Thank you for your question. The ICM is very important, and especially at a final table of this size, you really don't want to be making those huge ICM mistakes. A huge ICM mistake is busting before you're meant to by punting it off or calling it off, or you just have to play conservatively until you've laddered, depending on your stack size. If you're last in chips, of course, you've got to take your licks and your kicks. But to answer the question, I think ICM is ICM, so it's not so much that I would play it different. I'm a little bit out of the loop with ICM. It's actually something I need to go study a bit. I used to be good back in the day, but it was mostly with regards to turbos. I was a turbo specialist. So moving over to final tables of this magnitude, I think just tight is right. If you're the big stack, put all the pressure on the small stacks. If you're the middling stacks, let the short stacks bust as much as possible. Don't get tangled up with the big stacks. If you're the small stack, you've got to take your opportunities or you're going to get bullied, but you have to be very aware of not wanting to bust if there's one or two shorties at the table. I think that's kind of the golden rule. Middle stacks sit tight, big stacks apply the pressure, small stacks pick their spots well for re-jams and not being afraid. Otherwise, if them blinds and antes hit you too many times and you have a 10 big blind stack, like, there is having to pay heavy attention to ICM, and then there's also the flip side of that and being blinded out of the tournament. KML says an ICM mistake is like waking up after the breakfast buffet is finished. We are trying to get those graphics fixed for you immediately. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I already mentioned it. we're trying to fix has got to do with seat 9 busting and it not getting replaced correctly. This is a good day, says if you fold you cannot make a bad call though. Yeah, it's way better to keep folding and not make a bad call than do the opposite. So tight is the golden rule. Like there are some spots there when there was 12 tickets. I don't know the ICM. It's a very unique situation to put the prize pool into one ICM category and then the 10 grand ticket on top. And that can make for some really interesting poker, but it can be a little confusing because I'm not sure. There has to be a line where you're overvaluing the ticket in relation to you trying to go on to win the tournament. Some of my friends who are absolute tournament beasts have said sometimes the best course of action is to not win the tournament. You're not, by making the right decision, you end up going and coming like second, third, fourth or fifth, but that was as good a poker as you could play. Like sometimes the best route, the best course of action is that you're not going to come first, and that's okay. You need to accept that. You made the right decision, you pat yourself on the back and you get on to the next one. Me too, KML. Rather play bad and win. Better to be lucky than good. But boy, oh boy, if you've got both, you are a hard person to take down. Dino going to take this one down on King Deuce 3 with his ace queen off suit. Just incredible numbers, by the way. We're almost hitting 1,000 viewers here on a Monday evening, which is incredible. And that's just on Twitch alone. I'm sure there are loads of you tuning in on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you for your dedication and support. Basically 1,000 watching on YouTube and 1,000 watching on Twitch. Savage stuff, lads and ladies, of course. Lee with the ace-10. Now, Lee can really apply the ICM pressure to basically every stack at the table. He is the dominating chip leader. But if you get become too much of a bully with ICM situations, you take a few hits, suddenly you're the middle of the pack, and that does not feel good either. Yes, there's a graphic error we are trying to get fixed. It is not Lee betting now. Lee is in the seat before him. That is Francesco, who is betting 1.5 million into Jakob on 998. It's not the wrong person, it's the wrong graphics. So yes, it is the the wrong person through being shown the wrong graphics. Jakob with the option. Bet a 2.7 million from Jakob with his ace-6 kicker. But the king obviously plays. So it will be a chop. That one will go down to Splitsville. Robert going all in from the cutoff for 14 blinds with 7 deuce suited. Unless this is also a graphical error. Bit of an over adjustment, shall we say. Dino under the gun, Queen 10 of spades. $2 million to go from Dino. Dino. Devram in the big blind, ace deuce off suit. 1 million to call for 1 million rupees. In for a penny, in for a million. 5.5 million in the middle. Flop, Jack 8-5. 1 spade. Dino with an inside straight draw, backdoor flush draw opportunity. $1.7 million is the bet. Devram not catching any of this. Dino taking that one down. All these small pots are really nice pickups. Cardano. Raises to 2.2 million with the ace-6 off suit and the hijack. Dino in the small blind, ace-king of spades. Doesn't want to make it too small, make it 3.5 million. $3.2 million to go. Like this sizing. Now, Lee, the graphics are fixed, folks, so you can find something else to give out about. Lee with the 7-6 off suit. 1.2 million for 2.2 million for him to call. Not going to be continuing with 7-6 off suit. Dino now playing 32 big blinds, 32 mil. I love this level. It's so easy to work out exactly how many big blinds the players have at any moment. Plus, it's fun to say 1 million. Flakowski. Shortest stack at the table. 8.9 big blinds. Ace queen off suit. We're all in, buddy. Nobody calling. Jakob out of the way of the 7-6 of diamonds. Robert all in from the small 10-6 of clubs. Gets Cardano out of the way with the 7 deuce. Kings for Dino, the kings of kings. 32 big blinds to start the hand. We've got action. Lee in the hijack with ace queen off suit. Deciding to 3-bet this one to 5 million. Oh my God, Jakob behind here. The ace king off suit in the big blind, facing an open with the kings from Dino and a 3-bet from Lee. Action time with Action Dan. That is an astonishingly good fold from the ace king. Really nice. Impressive. Dino with the 4-bet jam instead with the 2 kings. Lee going to posture for a few more moments, but he won't be calling off. Just saving face. KML, I like your comment there. Not really being paying attention, just listening, but think Ming hasn't 3-bet a lot, has he? Hence Ace King fold. Yes. I think Lee should have just flatted. Just continue to flat when you're in position. No reason to 3-bet here. It's fine. Had he flatted, the Ace King would have come over the top, you have to presume. And we'd be looking at a very different situation. I think it's a great fold with Ace King. It looks ICM wise, it has to be a fold because, as KML said, Lee hasn't 3-bet. Oh no. Oh dear. Instead, he's called it off. And Dino in an unbelievable situation to have 66.7 million. I was not expecting Lee to call it off there. Lee going to need a Barry or something to that effect, or he's going to be down to 25 million. Flop is 10, 8, 5, 2 clubs. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. Lee going to need a queen or an ace on the river. But it's the 10 of diamonds, and Dino going to have a whopping 66.7 million. I was asked earlier who I think would take this down. Dino played very well throughout the day on the feature table. He was someone I would have fancied. Didn't see enough of him really. But now, he's going to be a hard man to beat. Updated the chip counts. Cardano in second place with 41 bigs, Jakob 37, Devram 30, Francesco 28, Lee now with 25, Robert 14, and the short stack just over 10 big blinds is Flakowski. I really thought he was just tank folding with the ace queen. Was not expecting him to call it off. That's correct, two-pack poker. He had a really short stack earlier, didn't he? Less than, you say, 4 big blinds. That is phenomenal work by Dino. Francesco with the queen, jack of spades and the hijack. Nine, 4, 4 is the flop rainbow. Flakowski with the king queen in the big blind. Would have preferred to see Flakowski rejam this one. I think it plays better that way. Now Francesco just gets to bet us off our hand. Unless we want to see a turn, which is dicey. Francesco takes that one down. Jakob, 2.1 million to go on the button with the king 9 offsuit, and Flakowski gonna rejam from the small with ace 7 offsuit. Jakob looking for a count here. Possibly going to see a call here for 8.8 big blinds total. Flakowski missing this flop, 2 pair for Jakob. It's going to be very hard for Flakowski to survive in this tournament now. Turn is the 3 of diamonds, and that's going to seal the deal. Flakowski, what a warrior, battled hard, but in the end could not get the job done. Will get 8th place for €22,500. And of course that 10 grand ticket, and that means 7 remain, all guaranteed, €29,800. Jakob really contending with the chip lead now. He's playing 47 million. And he's shown himself to be a very competent player from the few hands we have seen of him. And it seems to me Jakob would also be the most accomplished player left at this final table, from my understanding. Folded all the way around to the small blind for Devram with pocket 5s. Raised 2.3 million from the small. Pretty sure I've played with Ollie 444 online at some point. And maybe you as well, DJ F420. Your name sounds familiar on Stars. I know I've seen you many times in the Twitch chat. You're a Twitch reg at this stage. Maybe have been for a while. King 9-7 is the flop. Devon with the bet of 2 million. Just under. Dino going to see a turn card with his pair of sevens. Picks up an inside straight draw to go with it. Also gives Devram an inside straight draw. Just under 10 million in this pot now. Turn goes check, check. The river to 6 of diamonds. River goes check, check. Another nice pot for the big blind here. Now playing 70 million. Jakob, the raise to 2 million from the cutoff. King Jack of Hearts. The option on the chip leader, pocket fives. Looks like he's reaching. Doesn't want to make it too small. Make it about 7.5, 8 mil. Goes for 6.5. $4.5 million more for him to see a flop with 10.5 million already out there. Bringing about 2.5 to 1 on his money in position. Really disciplined laydown there from Jakob. I know I would call for 4.5 million more there to see a flop. It would just be too tempting for me. Might have priced me out had he made it 4 times the big blind, like 7.5, 8 million. For 4.5 more million to see the flop with King Jack of Hearts in position, I would call. Devram now with the Kings of Kings. 24 big blinds to start the hand. Raises to 2.3 million. Everyone gets that one through. Lee on the button. Ace 10 off suit. As 420 says, you don't need to call chip leader in this situation, guys. I agree with you. I just think we've made it 2 million. He makes it 6.5 from the small. We're in position. We're over 40 big blinds deep. He's reading the 3-bet to be stronger than it is. And in that situation, the chip leader is going to be strong. But I say it's too tempting to not call 4.5 million. Had he made it a bit bigger, I would be more inclined to fold. But for that price, I couldn't say no. Maybe if you put me in a straitjacket. But he doesn't have to get involved there. There are better spots at the table. And Jakob, the most accomplished player at the table, knows what he's doing. So they say jealousy is just somebody you should be learning from. Every day is a learning day. Francesco on the button here with ace queen off suit. Raises the full 3x, 3 million. You've heard the man. You break for 10 minutes after this hand. Dino raising to 2 million with the pocket fours. Jakob going to see a flop. 42.4 million behind. Good flop for Jakob. Flopping trips. Jack 6, 2 spades. Dino with the pocket fours, 5.5 million in the middle. Dino could bet like 2.5 million here, 2 million. $2.5 million is the bet. Betting a call, and the turn is the 8 of hearts. Turn goes check, check. The river, the 8 of diamonds. Now, Jakob might want to go for value here to get called by an ace-high type hand. 10.5 million out there. Doesn't want to go too big if he is going to bet. Something like 6.5 million. He goes for way larger. 9.5 million is the bet. The river, an action killer, but it's not an action killer if Dino had a hand like an ace high type hand. He wanted to call the river here on a double pair board. He had all of it. He really did. So we are going on a 10-minute break, but stay tuned because things are really heating up here at the Italian poker sport main event final table as we will crown a champion at the King's Resort tonight.
7 hours.
Back in a few moments.
Right. So how do you...
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay.
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
Right.
Right. I want to wake up around, and it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight is about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm gonna eat at midnight. Right. That's gonna be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day.
Right.
Before noon. So like if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like this is true in the animal world too. Like when they eat, that's the start of their day, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the body's tricked into thinking that all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You then got on the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
So you went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So basically, like when I had breakfast, when I had dinner at midnight, that's breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, but that was my new breakfast because I hadn't eaten, right? So your body's like.
I'm gonna give that a try.
Yeah, it's there's science behind it. It's not just like old wives' tale from Phoenix. It's a real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up. It's like 4 or 5 in the morning. Don't eat.
Okay.
Like, that's the key thing. Is like if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like always make sure that you're not like eating.
Right.
4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're gonna stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events, though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up. Because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
Max Hansen was his real name. One like an EPT.
Oh, yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this.
Getting a little chilly.
How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King, Jack, Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know?
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
At 12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Pidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You heard now or what?
Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded the 7s?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
line.
active businesses.
Yeah.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams just makes the call. 4 of spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Does announce all in. And
Can I just have a confirm account?
it's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to ace jack, king jack.
Check.
Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, outpipped by 1.
Good game, man.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Unlucky.
we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50k diamond high roller.
Easy, man.
So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had? King Jack and...
Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
Can I have a count? What? 47?
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop, 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
Good game. Bro, you have to. Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty, we are back. Small blind now, 600k, big blind, 1.2 million. With a 1.2 million running big blind ante, that's 600k, 1.2, 1.2. Robert picking up the kings of kings, first hand back. 7 players still remain, things are really heating up. I know I say this a lot on this channel, but I have really enjoyed the Italian poker sport. It's such a good mixed bag of carrots between pros and amateurs. Great buy-in, great venue, amazing amount of runners, and it's just provided so much action all day. Last night as well into the early hours of the morning. But all day today, from the get-go, it's been action-packed, so much fun to commentate on. All players guaranteed €40,000, including the ticket. There can only be one winner tonight, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Someone going to become champion and take home €213,000, excluding the 10 grand ticket. Pressure's on. Only the strongest will survive. There can only be one winner. Devon on the button, ace jack off suit, playing 24 million to start the hand. Lee in the big blind defending for 1.6 million more with the ace 3 off suit. Ace 10 is the flop. Got a 3.5 million. This is action packed because Devram out kicking the trips of Lee. Lee, having lost a huge pot with the ace queen, won't be in any mood to fold trips, and he shouldn't be anyway. This very well goes all in the middle. Don't see it going any other way, to tell you the truth. Call it 3.5 million. Go to the turn. The turn is the 9 of clubs. With 13.7 million in the middle, how much do we want to make it to set up a river jam? And we've 17.5 million in our stack. We could bet anything as small as about 4 million here. $4.6 million is the bet. Lee deciding to move all in. No, just a call. No, it's an all in. All in and call. Basically even in chips. Devram gonna win a massive pot here unless Lee spikes a 3. Lee is the player at risk. Huge pot and huge moment for both players. More of a huge moment for Devram. Lee getting the bad news. Nothing Lee can do here, of course. And look at that, it's going to be a split. Taking it down to Splitsville. Lee has no idea how lucky he is. Oh my good God. Well, he does have an idea how lucky he is, but that is sick. No one expecting that one to get chopped. Everyone taking it on the chin. That's all you can do in this situation. Robert under the gun, shoving 14.5 million, about 12.5 bigs here with the pocket nines. Two quick hands in a row. Not much to comment on there. Cardano completing in the small blind for 600k more. Jakob in the big blind with ace 10 offsuit. Cardano with queen 10 offsuit. Jakob with the raise to 3.8 million, which is 3.5 times the big blind. I like this sizing. Shows the asa. Ace King offsuit under gun for Dino. Raises 2.4 million. Francesco with the min raise. Robert with the rejam with the ace queen of hearts. Sucks to be you, KML. Robert with the rejam here with a very pretty ace queen of hearts. Devram tanking with the sevens, but this is never a call. I don't like using the word never, but surely he knows sevens got to be released. Funky Shark says love from Belfast. Love you too, buddy. There's a shark in the water. Well, it depends how this goes, but if the blinds go up once or twice more, they're going to be very shallow. It depends how much chips the chip leader can keep accumulating without resistance. Johan, it's 1 hour levels today. Cardano with the raise to 2.5 million. With the King Jack off suit, takes down the blinds and antes. Funky Shark asked, am I broadcasting from home or at the event? I am somewhere in Ireland. Not quite on a bog, but not too far from one. Devis Dev says, amazing, love this game. Congratulations to all players. Yes, congratulations to them indeed, but they need to stay composed. There can only be one winner. A10 Jack is the flop. Francesco with 6-5 and Cardano with Ace-9. The open ender, backdoor spade draw. 6.5 million out there for the taken. Goes check, check. Turn is the Jack of clubs. The river, the queen of clubs. Cardano now with the straight. Davis Dev says dreams all day about playing MTTs at the King Resort. Will make it happen. Turn that dream into a reality. Believe. The straight taking that one down. Look at this, all three bottom stacks with this exact same 21 big blinds, 25 big blinds for Francesco. And then there's the V-pips. Dino and Robert. The highest. I would have thought Roberts was the highest yet. He'd been playing a bit wild at times. Close-ish. Devram with the lowest V-pip. Chip leader picking up kings, min raising from the cutoff. Robert calling for 1.4 million more from the big blind with deuces. Up is king, jack, 9, 2 diamonds. Bet at 2 million. We'll take this one down. Robert whiffing on that board. Shubo asks what's VPIP, so that means voluntarily putting money in the pot. So how often you are playing the pot, you could be the raiser, you could be limping, you could be calling in the blinds. How often are you getting involved? What percentage of hands are you voluntarily putting money into the pot? Jakob with the min raise with ace queen, and Dino with the exact same hand in the hijack. Only difference is they've swapped suits. Looks like Dino is going to 3-bet this one. The 3-bet to 7.5 million. Decision back on Jakob. Doesn't really want to be tangling too much with the chip leader out of position, but ace queen off suit going to be too strong of a hand to not see a flop with at the very least. Queen 10-7 is the flop. 17.5 million in this pot now. $5.5 million is the bet from Dino. Like this sizing. Keep all our bluffs in there with this sizing. We also get value from a 10, a draw, maybe. No, I don't see him having any 7x. A weaker queen, of course. Jakob calls 28.5 million in the middle now as we see the turn. The turn is the 9 of spades. Turn goes check, check. River is the king of spades. This one also going to go to Splitsville. Should it get checked down? Jack makes a straight now. Be interesting to see if Dino wants to bet at this, but I think his hand is too strong. Does check back, and they will chop it up. I don't really like a bluff there, KML. Or not a bluff, a value bet for 1/3 pot. I think it's ambitious to think we are going to get called by worse, even though we most likely have the best hand. We go into check call mode. We might even bluff catch the odd time. I don't think trying to go for value on a 4 straight board when the king of spades hits the river and it completes the flush is a good option. Would be an ambitious thing to attempt with 7 left in this tournament. Francesco making a 2.5 mil to go in the cutoff. Ace-6 of hearts. Takes down the blinds and antes. There could be a weirdly played king there also that hits the river, that beats ace queen once the turn goes check check. Jakob with the jacks. Takes it down. Playing 55 million now is Jakob. KML asks, this Robert Goulas is related to Joseph Goulas Jr. I don't know who that is. Oh yes, okay, I know what you're on about now. I just couldn't put a name to the face to the name, whatever. Joseph Goulas Jr. This came up earlier as well. We thought we had the wrong name for the wrong player. Three bet coming from the chip leader here. Can really apply pressure now using the ace-6 offsuit, the ace blocker. And I like this 3-bet size to 8.5 million. Not wanting to get flatted by Cardano in position no matter what he has. Putting Cardano to the test for his stack. Leveraging it. For a €380 buy-in, this is the best tournament I have ever seen, I think. For the amount of runners, without doubt. Show me better in Europe ever. Dino shoving from the small with King 7 and Lee waking up with Ace Jack. Dino very live here, 38%, but it is Lee with 62% to double back up to 41 million. Big moment for this final table and indeed the two players involved. Flop is Jack, 6-3 rainbow. Great start for the Ace Jack. Needs to avoid a king. The turn is the 4 of clubs. Gives Dino a straight draw with a 5 on the river, he would make a straight. He can hit a king, but he cannot do it. That's a big hit to Dino's stack. He will still be playing 58.7 million, of course. Loads, chunks, 50 bigs, but he would have had nearly 100. Would have had over 100 million there had he won that pot. So that's a big difference in terms of having 6 remaining with an overwhelming chip leader and the stacks leveling off more so towards even. The 3 similar-ish stacks now at this FT with 7 remaining. See the updated the chip counts. Dino at 48, Jakob close enough now. Thank you for your help for the day as the moderator there, Johan. Much appreciated. See you next week. Cardano with the raise to 2.5 million. Lee calling on the button with Queen 10 of clubs. Francesco waking up with Ace Queen from the small blind with the rejam to 25.9 million. Cardano sitting there with Ace Jack. Gets Robert to fold King Queen of Spades. What an assortment of hands here. 7-handed. Ace Queen, Ace Jack, King Queen, Queen 10 suited. Cardano. Decision. Jack is not going to be strong enough. Has to let it go. Action back on Lee. Just Queen 10 suited and just doubled back up to 40 mil. That's some pickup for Francesco. Picks up 7.5 million there, uncontested. Nice bump up the ladder in terms of his stack. Dino with pocket nines here, facing the open of Devram with the Queen 10 off suit. Three bet to 5.2 million. Devram calling. Flop coming ace 10 3, out flopping Dino. The option on Dino with 13.4 million in the middle, just 13.6 million left in Devram's stack. Do we try to get him to fold a hand like a 10? Just betting 1.6 million. Wow, what a turn card. The 9 of clubs. Giving Dino a set of 9s here. Devram checking. $16.6 million in the middle. So we bet really small again. Wow. Deceptively checking back. And the river, the 6 of diamonds. Dino sticks them all in. Devram should not have been calling the 3-bet, even though it was small. Just too much of his stack, and his hand wasn't suited. Now playing 10 bigs, the same as Robert. Francesco with 27 bigs, Cardano 29, Lee with 31, Jakob with 45, and Dino out in the lead with 71.5 million, playing 59 big blinds. But anything could happen here. It's really evening out as we are still 7-handed. Jakob calling the 1.3 million more with the Jack 8. Flop coming 8, 4, 6, 2 spades. Lee with the Ace 9 with the Ace of Spades. Jakob top pair, Jack kicker. Lee with the betting lead. Checks behind. 6.8 million in the middle. The turn is a juicy one. It's the 7 of spades. A 5 makes a straight now. Lee with the nut flush draw. And an open ender. All right, buddy, pipe down. We've got a hand here. $1.7 million is the bet from Jakob. We just call, I think, for Lee. We will see the river. The river giving Lee the straight here. Jakob forced to check. Now Lee has to decide how much he can get paid by a 2-pair or a 1-pair hand. I wouldn't be betting any more than about 4.2 million. We can't. 5 million is the bet. There is no points anymore. Sure, it's. Oh no, it is. He could have bet 4.2, but he bets 5 with the straight. I think this is just a bit too big of a bet for Jakob to call. I think any more than 4 million he loses his customer. Maybe I'm wrong. It's much of a muchness. There's not much in it. I think 5 million could be the maximum. He could get called by. I think Jakob will make a disciplined laydown. He hasn't put much things wrong at this FT anyway. Gets away from it. Another good fold by Jakob. He is losing to a lot of hands, to be fair. Very hard to get paid on that run out. I know what the ace-6 of hearts raises 2.5 million. Devram calling is in the big blind with 5 deuce offsuit is very frustrating looking call to me. There is so many better hands we can defend. The 5 deuce offsuit is just trying to make something happen off such a short stack, and I really don't like it. Flop goes check check. King, queen, 6, queen. Queenie IO, who has the ball? I know with his pair of 6s, ace kicker. You know, with the decision here, he just put his opponent all in, really. Does do just that. That's just a tilt-induced call in the big, trying to make something happen, and Oftentimes that just compounds into making larger mistakes on flop turn or river. I know he wasn't that deep to begin with, so he was just trying to hit it or quit it. But there's just so much better hands to defend with, even a 5-2 suited. Small blind is now 800k, big blind now 1.6 million, with a 1.6 million running big blind ante. 800, 1.6, 1.6. This might separate the men from the boys. This blind level going to put significant pressure on the shorter stacks and will even things out in the middle of the pack even further. The Bear Journalist says, hi, been loving the streams and the good tier commentator. Anyone know his name? Thank you very much for your comment. Lee raising to 3.5 million with the ace king off suit. Devram, this could be his moment, honestly. Pocket fives, playing 5 big blinds to start the hand. His small blind already out there. He's just posted his big blind into big blind ante. Not going to get too many better situations than this. Ooh, he folds. That man is tired. Yes, that's my name, the Bear Journalist. Some call me Action Dan, some call me Don Rankin. Been called far worse. Guys, I'm going to give a disclaimer here. These players have had extra long days and nights because of how many entries we had. I always talk about it on this channel, but I'm going to say it again. Decision fatigue kicks in. Even if you are the greatest player in the world, you can only make so many good decisions in a day. You can see the tiredness is starting to rub in as it is past midnight at King's Resort. Players played until 5:20 a.m. last night Hopefully they got a good sleep. They were probably running on adrenaline. We came back with 47 players at the start of the day. There is no one at that final table right now, even if they're an athlete, if it's David Goggins himself, that isn't getting tired and fatigued from such lengthy decision-making process throughout that many long days fought at the felt. Sometimes they call me Dan Ranton. Also, I like to go on rants. Jakob with the min raise to 3.2 million. Lee in the small with king queen off suit. Jakob with ace jack off suit. Hijack against the small blind. Also, I just mentioned the decision fatigue, not taking into account just how much money these people are playing for and the title of Italian Poker Sport 2023 champion. Six, four, deuce is the flop. Let's keep it friendly in the chat, lads, and try to keep it English only. This is English only chat box. Thank you. 8.8 million in the middle as we see the turn. It's the Queen of Hearts. You done nothing wrong, the beer journalist. I don't have any other socials at the moment, no. I'm like a ghost Malone. Apocalypse is back at the post to help out. Thank you, Apocalypse. And can I just say, the username Grinding Nemo has me secretly in stitches. Apocalypse, don't apologize to me again, that is fine. Just wanted to keep it going the way it's been going. It's been very flowy, been great chat all day in the Action Army on Twitch. And thanks to so many of you tuning in. Facebook, YouTube, get voting. Get voting for Kings to be the best live stream on the Global Poker Index website. Original Muffin says, Jesus Christ, Dan, that was terrible. What's terrible? Am I missing something? Dino with the min raise to 3.2 million from the cutoff. Francesco with the decision in the small blind. Lets the Jack 9 offsuit go. And Robert flopping a flush with such a short stack. 10-8-4, all diamonds. They can't all be zingers, Muffin. I wasn't sure what you were on about. Phew. Check from Robert. And the option on Dino, what does he want to do? 8.8 million in the middle. He's just going to put Robert in. He's going to get the very bad news that Robert has dropped the flush. You get an instant double. The flop of dreams for Robert. Unless we see a runner, full house, Robert going to get a significant double up to 18.3 million. 7 players still remaining. Turn is the 10 of spades. You can now win with another 4. It's actually 25.4 million in the middle, it looks like. Oh no, Robert can only double up to about 18. River is the ace. We had 12 to start the hand. So Robert will now play 25.4 million. Dino will still have 60 million. He's got his Tuesday jacket already on him. He must have known it was gone past midnight. The Sunday hoodie on underneath in preparation for his next live tournament. Okay, we've got action. Devram is all in with ace queen off suit for his last 7.5 million. Dino waking up with the pocket nines behind, asking for a count. Yes, Devram hasn't properly recovered from losing that hand that ended up being a chop pot where he was set to get a huge double up. It's very hard to recover when things like that happen. Just a call from Dino, and is Francesco going to call behind on the button, and now Robert is coming along. This is crazy. What is going on here? Everyone wanting to get an elimination under under their belt. Calling is contagious. This is a tough one to call. Cardano needs to get out of the way for 5.2 million with 5 high. What am I watching here? Nobody does anything for ages, and now they're all going off. Let's see how this one plays out. We want action. Action time with Action Dan. Shuffle up and peel. The flop is 5-3 deuce. That's not exactly an action flop, ladies and gentlemen. The 9's still way out in front, and surely we just want to protect now. It will look strong for Dino to call on the button. The overcall in the small blind won't look that strong. That's dead money if you ask me, unless it's specifically aces, and I don't think aces would do that. Robert wasn't messing around with cards earlier, so very suspect that he would even call this into small. I think if Dino really weighs out his options here and breaks down the ranges, he just wants to protect his hand and shove for 20 million. There's not much else to do. All in the fella. Good man. Yourself. Devram with 38% chance to quadruple up here. Wow. I can't keep up with the Twitch chat and the Action Army just for the moment. There's too many people commenting on too many things, and I'm trying to bring you the best action that I can. Oh my god, the turn is the 4. Devram going to quadruple up here to 30.4 million. This is sick for Dino, it really is. Oh wow. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Devram is going to explode. This is not the first time for this to happen to Devram. It running out a chop pot after he gets lucky or is holding. That is disgusting. Are you not entertained? That's a good comment by the beer journalist. They split, but he did double because of the 2 weird calls pre. So in a way, he got what he would have got had the other people just folded on the button and the small blind. The way she goes, boys. The way she goes. Dino still playing 67 million. On to the next hand with his Jack 9 of hearts will open. It is crazy though. If we get to the next level, we have approached, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am, 4 hours at this final table, and there will still be 7 players remaining. This is the 3rd level of the FT, or the 4th, I'm not sure which. Time flies when you're having fun. Seven, 6, 4 rainbow is the flop, a set for Jakob. Not much in it for Dino. And this is a flop that smacks the big blind's perceived defending range more so than the original opener. Does turn a flush draw. A 5 would make a straight now. Does Jakob want to start betting? I think we start betting now for sure. 4.2 million sounds good to me. Goes for a small sizing of 2.7 million. Dino getting good odds to try hit a heart on this river. Might think a jack or a 9 would be good also. We can see that is not the case. 14.2 million in the middle as we see the river. River is the king of diamonds. Goes for a bet of 7.5 million. That gets the job done. Dino and Jakob basically tied for the chip lead now. Lee in 3rd place. Cardano then with 19. Francesco, Robert following suit, and then Dervin. Last in chips once more. few of the shallower stacks now going to be really feeling the pressure. As Blaze for Hire says, we in it for the beats. I like it. Devram walks the 5 deuce from the small. Cardano with the open 3.5 million from the cutoff with 10-7 off suit, and Dino in the big with King 8 off suit. Blaze for Hire wants me to give a shout out to his mom, so hi Blaze for Hire's mom. Your son's going pro. Few people saying that Harry Kane and Jakob look very alike. I see what you're saying. I get you. That was said earlier and I didn't really pick it up properly, but now I know. Harry Kane. Harry Kane, Michael Caine's son, or is that a different Kane? Devram all in from the button with the ace 10 off suit, 11.2 million. Now, Dino in the small blind with a questionable ace-4 offsuit. He definitely can't call here. It's too much of a stack to risk being ahead with ace-4. He knows Devram is very tilted and playing very wide, but I think ace-4 is just a bit of a stretch seven-handed. It is 7 big blinds, but I just think it's too much. Does decide to call, knowing how wide Devram is going to be shoving after he has expressed his concern for a few chop pots that have not gone his way. This is a misstep from Dino. We need to be tighter in this situation, protect our stack and find a better spot to eliminate a player. Granted, it happens to be that he's behind. A lot of the time you will be ahead over the button shove with ace-4 offsuit in the small, but risking 10 million to find out. He does hit a 4 on the turn. Oh my word, 25.6 million in this pot. And Devram going to need a chop or a 10, and it's running 4s to send him to the rail. Good game, Devram. Unlucky in a few spots, sir. Seventh place finisher will take home €29,800 and a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. That means we are six-handed. We've had an elimination, one step closer to crowning a champion. As the beer journalist has correctly analysed that I am indeed Irish, definitely not English. I got a feel for him there. Yeah, it was not the way the FT wanted to go for him. Unfortunately, it's the way she goes, the way of the road. And look at this, bing bang boom. We've got a cooler on our hands here. Lee with the two ladies in the small. The kings for Cardano. The Cowboys. Facing 3.5 million open from the hijack. Lee just thinking what sizing he wants to make it. Doesn't want to make it too small, out of position here. Be making it about 10 million. Doesn't have to make it too big if Cardano only has 20 big blinds behind. Yeah, I don't mind this sizing. I'd go a little bit bigger in case you get flatted, but it's unlikely you're going to get flatted given the dynamic six-handed. Cardano quickly shoves on Lee. Lee won't be folding if earlier on is anything to go by. He's going to get terrible news. 72.6 million in this pot. This is huge. Cardano 4-1 favourite with his kings. Lee going to need a lady. Is there a lady for Lee somewhere to be found in this deck? Dealer, shuffle up and peel. The flop is 10-10-7, 2 diamonds. He can hit running diamonds now. No, he can't. The turn is the 8 of spades. Lee going to need a lady on the river and a lady only, or he's going to be left with 10 million. Can't get it done. Cardano is going to be playing 72 million going forward. Lee going to be our short stack with about 7 big blinds. What a difference a hand makes. It's got to end sometime. Queen Jack 3 is the flop. 8.8 million in the middle. Robert with King 8. Dino with the Ace 4. Flop goes check, check. The turn is the 7 of clubs. Robert takes that one down and now playing 27.6 million. This is a good day. Stan, are you playing the Irish Poker Open? If I am playing a big event this side of the summer, that will be the one. That is how I am feeling about that at the moment. But I'm in college and that's right around the time I'm going to have exams. So I will see how I'm feeling. But I love the Irish Open. As long as you can avoid the beer and go in like an athlete, at least for the main event, you're above and ahead of the curve. Lee all in the cutoff, getting called by Cardano with Jack 10 offsuit and the big. Lee with Ace 4 offsuit. I study psychology to know what y'all are thinking. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Lee 54% with the Ace 4, 46% with the Jack 10. Almost a fair fight. 8, 9, 9 is the flop. An open ender for Cardano. Turn is the Ace of Spades. Great card for Lee. Cardano needing help as we hit the river. It is a 6 of diamonds. Lee doubles back up to 22.4 million. Cardano will be playing 61. And if I'm playing a big tournament, as in 1K, and it's outside of Ireland this year, it will definitely be the World Series of Poker Europe. It's time. If I could read minds, I probably wouldn't be commentating. I'd be with a young one somewhere. Probably a supermodel. Or at least an Instagram influencer. Someone, you know, with a bit of clout. World Series of Poker Europe main event, and forget about the main. The series usually starts the middle of October and runs into the middle of November, somewhere around that region, and right before it then they have the circuit events that lead nicely into the main events themselves. No, not corporate psychology, just general psychology. The generali. Something I'm interested in. Got to get my grade 10, you know. Raise the 3.5 million from Robert with the 6s. Robert going to take that one down. Jakob with the Ronnie Rockets on the button. With the min raise. Lee in the big blind, king 5 off suit. Min, one more big blind to call, 1.6 million. Lee gets out the way. Disciplined fold from Lee. Easily could have seen him complete there in the big blind. Would have been bad timing. Jakob will have to be content with just taking down the blinds and antes, which are currently 4 million. That's a lot of moolah to add to your stack just by taking down the blinds and antes. As we get shorter handed, people are really going to have to start making moves. Cardano in the hijack, raising to 3.5 million. Jakob on the button with pocket sevens. Jakob going to come in hot here with a 3-bet to 8.6 million. Cardano going to show an ace and fold. And that's a really nice pickup for Jakob with the sevens there. Puts him over 70 million, 71.7 million with the sevens. Facial Twitch has rejoined us in the chat. Maybe you can start answering some of these questions for me, Facial Twitch. I ain't got the time. Time, effort and energy being expended on this 6-max final table currently. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Thank you. We're getting funny questions in like, if you win a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket and then die, what happens to your ticket? I thought you'd love to answer that one. Dino in the cutoff, Queen 8 of Hearts. And Lee with the decision on the button, ace-6 of clubs. Very rejammable. Limited amount of fold equity, but just about enough with 12 big blinds here. And even more so with the ICM situation and Dino going to be opening off this stack depth wider than the average bear. So it could be a good spot for Lee to just rejam here, take it down pre. Can't let too many of these spots pass you by. Does correctly make the rejam. This feels horrible when you get snapped off by a better hand or a flip situation, but the reality is Dino going to be opening enough hands from the cutoff here that this is a very profitable rejam for Lee. Look at that, just by rejamming here he's adding 7.2 million to his stack, which is phenomenal at this late stage. Look at the top three, they're really evening out the stacks. 44 plays 39, plays 35, then Robert with 17, Lee 16 and Francesco with 7. No one wants to bust before Francesco. Pay jumps are too big. You go from 39,300 to 51,900. That's an incredible difference just by surviving a 7 big blind bust out. Lee all in with pocket eights, and this is a bit of a frustration call by Francesco. He is the shortest stack, but I feel like he could get a better spot than calling off his tournament here with threes with the guts of 10 bigs. Lee with a dominating pocket eights here. This is not a good situation for Francesco. Call it off with threes, you're hoping for a flip, and you're flipping at best, of course, with pocket threes. 28.2 million, king, queen, 7 hits the flop. Lee way out in front with eights. Got the spades covered. Turn is a king of clubs. Francesco needs a 3 and a 3 only on the river, or his main event is over in 6th place. It is a 4. Very close, but no cigar. Francesco has been eliminated in 6th place. Will take home €39,300 for his efforts and a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So, ladies and gentlemen, 5 players remain. All players guaranteed €51,900. Robert going for it here with 6-5 offsuit on the button. Don't really like this into Jakob, the most accomplished player at the table. Jakob going to correctly rejam from the big blind with the ace-9 of clubs, I would assume. Just too strong of a hand. Does stick it in. Robert postures for a moment before folding. Robert min raising in the cutoff here, well, with a little bit of cheese on top to 3.6 million. I think he just wants to be shoving his pocket sevens, but as it stands, he's raised, and Jakob with a dominating pair, 2 tens in the small. I presume Robert is not raised folding, but he might. Seems like he's raised calling with a pair as strong as sevens. It's hard enough to get a pair and no limit hold'em at any stage, let alone five-handed. He's very unlucky that Jakob has a dominating pair that crushes sevens pre. I don't know what he's saying to him. Something about will you show? And if he does get away from the sevens, it's going to be a great pass, because pretty sure the correct play is to just jam your sevens five-handed into the chip leader like this from the cutoff. You just have to button the small and the big to get through. Does somehow get away from it. And Jakob showing him that he had a better pair. Wow. That's a solid fold from Robert. Must have got the information he needed somehow. It's not so solid if he's getting jammed on by Deuces through to sixes with a few suited wheel draws included there, like the ace fives, the ace fours, the ace threes. Doesn't become such a good fold then, but on this occasion it was the correct decision. Cardano raising to 3.5 from the cutoff. Jakob. Speak of the devil, the ace 4 suited appearing. The 3-bet to 8.6 million. You've heard the man. Break for 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere if you've been tuned in up until now, because we're getting to the nitty gritty of it all. That man is going to be hard to beat now. Jakob playing 90 million. Separating himself from the pack and really showing his experience over the last level or two. I'll be back in a few moments. Don't go anywhere for more live action from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Back in a few.
Well, I'm a vegan, right? I've been a vegan for 20 years, and then I started adding muscle and like learning how to, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like a very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast, in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros. I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series of Poker. During World Series of Poker, whether it's Vegas or Rozvadov, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not, I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start, so that way, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy. I guess it's, but chocolate.
Which one?
Like just peanut butter chocolate cups, and you know what I mean?
Nice.
Like, come on, like, they're good. And you can get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah, good protein source as well. Good fat source.
Well, chocolate has protein?
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a ton of protein.
No, did it not? Oh, okay. I thought
a little bit. Peanut butter's like most like you said, it's a fat.
Okay.
With a little bit of protein. It's got protein. But
do you eat like any kind of supplements? Like maybe some like Leon mushrooms or maybe something?
Well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like usually after workouts I'll do like I'll use protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like vital wheat gluten. You can make it taste like chicken, beef, whatever, right? It's like a fake meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan, they make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and then you end up farting a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
I think also.
Start of the
we
day
will
too.
not make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually. Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The DJs are trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended for the evening.
By one level, no, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more.
I think also slow.
Erkan continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkan. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river. And he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
That's 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more. Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
Wow. Blind v blind. Sam Grafton, 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, He's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called him the kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs. Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway.
You just love poker.
And let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that.
Selepson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nicky P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
1 time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deep with the 3-bet out the small. Nicky P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
hands. 1 million, 2 million, 2 million. Shuffle you, please.
Oh, goody gumdrops. We're back. More action, five-handed. The Italian Poker Sport 50th edition final table main event. And guys, if you thought the blind level, $500,000, $1 million, with $1 million running big blind ante was crazy, you ain't seen nothing. This is 1 million, 2 million big blind with a 2 million running big blind ante. 1, 2, 2. Dino might be priced in here. Less than 10 bigs from the call total. It's 13.5 million more. Ooh. Goody gumdrops. It's going to be a flip. 54% for the King 8 of clubs. 6 is 46%. 38 million in the middle. And the flop is Queen A3, and that is not good news for Robert. He's going to need a 6 now. Turn is a deuce of hearts, a 6 and a 6 only on the river, or Robert's main event ends in 5th place. Robert has been eliminated. Good game. Unlucky in the end. 5th place will take home €51,900 and of course the 10 grand ticket. GG. Always here to entertain you, Tall Mountain. I haven't got around to doing Jordan Peterson impressions on the chat just yet. Jacob with 45 bigs, Dino now with 40 closing in, Cardano 25 and Lee 16. And next Sunday the 12th and Monday the 13th of February, the EPSC main event, €230 buy-in with €300,000 guaranteed, with 4 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs. Going to be next weekend's endeavour. So four-handed now. Be 5 million every time those blinds and antes hit you. Got to be making moves to stay alive if you're short. The bigger of the stacks can really apply pressure. All four players left know each other's game at this stage. They know what's at stake. Massive pay jumps. Call of the night, Apocalypse. Thanks for your help. Talk to you soon, buddy, old pal. Cardano raising to 5 million from the small. Jakob in the big can just rejam fives, surely. We've got facial twitch in the chat on the back post. Ready with the steel chair if someone tries to ambush me. Shows the ace and passes. Jakob will probably show the fives. He's no problem showing cards. Ace four diamonds in the small for Jakob. Approaching the 100 million mark. He can really put his foot down. Foot on the gas. Completes in the small with the ace four. Doesn't have that much of a lead over Dino. It's tit for tat. Seven deuces, top two diamonds. $3.2 million is the bet. No flush draw for Jakob. Cardano raises the 5 million with the king queen off suit. Ace 7 deuce is the flop. Lee defending liberally with the queen 5 off. Ander Diaz says, good evening, where is this tournament? It is in King's Casino in Rozvadov, King's Resort in Rozvadov. You can find out all the information on the website, www.kingsresort.com. Raised to 4 million. King 9 off suit. Cardano with the 3-bet to 10 million. Good 3-bet size getting through there with the ace 10 of hearts. Don't know. I'd like to see how pale his face would go had there been a 4-bet jam. Four-handed now though. Your hand going to be very strong in that spot. Jakob calling, 2 million more. Ace 9-3 is the flop. Dino with ace 10. Both players with a piece of it. 2 million is the bet from Dino. Top pair 10 kicker. Jakob with the pair of 9s 8 kicker. Just going to call, and the turn brings the 7 of hearts. $15 million in the pot now. Dino betting 10 million on the turn. That's going to get a fold from Jakob. Dino in the small with the 10-9 off suit. Calls for $1 million more, and Lee in the big blind, ace 8 off suit, 22 million behind. Just going to be jamming this one. Jakob raising with the 10-9 offsuit this time. Dino on the button here, 8-7 of diamonds. Jakob defending with Queen 3 of diamonds. The flop comes Jack 10, 4, rainbow. Would have preferred to see Lee just open jam this one from the button off this stack depth. Doesn't go for a C bet either. Turns a straight draw, can make a straight with a 5 or a 3. Checks back again, and the river comes a king. Jakob not biting, not wanting to try bluff Lee off an ace high type hand. Lee most likely going to be happy to go to showdown, having checked the flop and the turn. Lee will win with the ace high. And River comes in with a comment saying, boring final four. It's been an exhilarating, action-packed day of poker all day. These players are going to be very tired. It is 2 a.m. approaching 2 a.m. at the King's Resort. There is serious amounts of money on the line. They are going to be cagey and cautious. As long as my voice doesn't go, it won't be entirely boring. If it goes, oh Jesus, you're all in trouble then. What will you do? Call the cops. Or at the very least some reinforcements. Jakob on the button, Queen 9 of hearts. Thank you, Facial Twitch. Call the Gardaí, yeah. The Gardaí Shikaloni. Jakob with the min, with the Queen 9 of hearts, and Lee going to let that go. Also, when we're four-handed, it is important to note that it is really hard to pick up a hand. So a lot of times you're going to have rags in the blinds, and it's just going to be raise and take it. A greasy snake, is it? A cobra is a greasy snake. Dino raising on the button, ace 4 offsuit to 4 million. Lee in the small, Jack 10 offsuit. Unorthodox from Lee here, calling in the small blind with the Jack 10 offsuit. Needs to be careful. And this is a bit spewy of a call from the 10-5 offsuit. Not really a fan of this. It's not a big deal. It's just one big blind more, but just there's nothing connected there. They're the furthest cards away from each other. You've got a 10 and a 5. You can't make a straight. Well, it's hard to make a straight. If you took all the 10s and 5s out of the deck, you can't make a straight. You can prove anything with facts. Ace, 7, 6, 2 spades. Dino with the pair of aces way out in the lead. Just going to bet and take this one down. Doesn't have to bet too large. Could bet like 6 million. Goes for 8. Not messing around on this board. Frustration and fatigue, two of the factors setting in for the 4 remaining players. Someone asked a really good question earlier. I never got around to answering it. I'm going to go back now. Abel Don says, how do fight mental fatigue during a long day of poker? Just don't play some hands. That's a very good question. The best way to fight mental fatigue is to be prepared for a very long day. Being from Ireland, we're not great with our lifestyles and preparing for long days of poker. We don't really care, we just kind of turn up. But as people get better, there are so many things you can do to enhance your performance. Are you talking about the 2 kilos of salmon, Facial? There's a small bit of the 2 kilo salmon left in the fridge downstairs that will be eaten before it's thrown out. The adrenaline keeps your fatigue. You are running on empty, but once you get into that overtired kind of flow statey zone, kind of the zone I'm in now, only I'm gone a little bit past that, I think. It's finding the sweet spot, and carbohydrates, trying to keep them to a minimum is so difficult, especially when you have a gorgeous buffet there. But really trying to get to the gym and have your fruit and just prepare what your body likes you putting in there instead of filth. But like, I just sound like a hypocrite even saying that. I am known for years as the pig in Ireland. I'm not a pig anymore, I'm a full hog. I'm in my 30s, but I would throw all of these things I've just said out the window. But I think it's important that if you want to take down events like the one you're watching now, you've got to prepare properly. Even getting air in the morning before you play, a good breakfast, bit of exercise, not much. I actually don't think you should be doing like a rigorous workout before you play. You're going to I done a workout earlier, a small one, and I done one yesterday, and around 6 or 7 p.m. this evening, I fell flat on my arse for about an hour or two. I compensated by drinking flasks and flasks of coffee. It's whatever works for you. I hope that kind of answers your question. But it's a marathon, not a sprint, so you can't just be preparing for a couple of hours. Like, this tournament's gone on way longer than most people expected it to because of the way the structure went, but the people that are at this table, they were prepared for this. They look fit and healthy enough. Some people are just animals and able to just power through almost anything. I missed that while I was explaining, so Lee just takes that one down with the all-in. And look at it now, 46 blinds plays 39, very close to top two, then 24 for Cardano and Lee 17. There's still a ways to go in this tournament yet before we crown a champion. Well, for me personally, I used to play loads and loads of poker online. So when I would go to the live tournaments, it was just a chance to celebrate a big win you get online or do really well, or just it felt like a full escape away from the computer. So I didn't care about the live tournament as much as I should have or could have, but it was the same with all my online friends. But now there is a boom and live poker is better than it's ever been before, and I really mean that. Maybe we could be seeing something as big, if not bigger, than the moneymaker effect. Just look at last year. Once the bans were lifted, poker is exploding, and it's worldwide, not just in Europe, not just in America, not just in Asia. It's everywhere. One quote I read before I think is really good. You can't be competing to win a marathon or win a 100-meter dash if you are living with 4 or 5 fat slobs. It's just not going to work. You've got to be up against people who are better than you if you want to learn at a rapid rate. At the same time, people, this is their hobby, they want to be away from their life, their job, misses, kids, whatever it may be. And you've got to always remember to have fun out there. When you start doing it professionally, the game can become very monotonous and boring when you've got to make the paper. But this game is at its best in its rawest form when people are just joking and laughing and playing around the table and enjoying it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, 14 million in the pot, 5-4-3 Jack is the board. Lee with an open ender and still not in the lead. He's got both sides of it. There's Dino checking over to him with the 8-7 to make a higher straight with a 6. Lee going to show the bluff. I think Dino should have continued bluffing or bet again. I didn't see the action because I was too busy explaining that situation or the question that was put before me. The sports fan just summed it up in 2 sentences there, and me going on a waffle and a rant yet again. If you've an edge over the field in live, it makes for brilliant scores. Most of the field will be amateur or laggy, or not, or just not as good as you see online. Well, okay, so that's one factor, but then you lose your edge, then your competitive edge, if you're coming in hungover, you haven't been to the gym, you're eating carbohydrates flat out at the table, you're distracted, you're on your phone, you just don't even feel like breathing properly. If you do everything by the book, you can still lose, but at least you went in and you can't blame yourself because you removed all doubt.
Before I said 2 weeks no poker. Now I say 2 months no poker. I see card. I have it.
Lee with the min raise to 4 million with the King Jack off suit. Dev Angel says this is a fun final table, gets the caginess equals it's hard to make FTs, and this ROI on a $380 is once in a lifetime. Yes, very good point. Queen A5 is the flop. Dino with flush draw. King high flush draw. Lee with the King Jack with the Jack of diamonds. 11 million in the middle. Oh, and look at this. Dino with the flush. Lee with the flush draw. if I'm betting as Dino. I don't want to bet too small. About 6 million here sounds good to me. Get called by an 8 to check back the flop. Maybe the occasional queen, although that's unlikely. $6 million is the bet. $6 million is the call. 23 million in the pot. River is an action killer. That 7 completes some straights that might have checked back on the flop, but unlikely if we are Lee. Dino doesn't want to go too small here. Something like 13 million. 14 million. 2/3 pot. If he believes Lee is more likely to have an 8 in his hand, he'll go smaller. If he thinks his opponent could have a 5, which is quite likely, if he wants to get paid by an 8, bet something like 7 or 8 million. It's a weird one once the flop was checked. $7.1 million is the bet. Yeah, as played when I was thinking, if he thinks Lee could check back a 5 or has a stronger hand than a 1-pair hand, which is very unlikely, so 13 to 14 million would be just overkill. It wouldn't be had the flop been bet. But Lee checking back. We want to get a crying call from an 8 here. Lee just gets out of the way, and Dino will go over 100 million for the first time. Sportsman says he's not sure he can control fair online poker. The online poker has gone very different now. It's not, won't make it look used to, especially with all the sites competing against each other. It's hard to find a regular freeze out anymore. So much variance of all these tournaments, and everyone wanting to get out and about after being locked up for 2 or 3 years. So now is the time to be playing live poker. Just look at what happens at King's Resort week in, week out. You used to love a live binge after a big score, but wouldn't go well as not focusing more on holiday mode drinking. Yeah, see, you play your main event as well as you can, but every time you go for a piss or something to eat on a break, you see a new buddy who's got knocked out and they're at the bar. It's very hard to remain focused. All it takes is for you to get knocked out of the main, and then it's like you're throwing your toys out of the pram. You're straight to the bar. And well, you know what happens next. Dino shoving from the small with ace-8 offsuit. Lee with 16 big blinds to start the hand. Tall Mountain says, that's the thing, approaching live seriously is way better than playing against online GTO experts and bots. Yeah, they're ruining the casuals and the recreationals wanting to play the game because there's just so many pros now, so many bots, so many tools you can use. Everyone's a GTO wizard. I don't really get into solver speak on this channel. I try to keep it user friendly. Don't mention too much about complex strategies. Playing any live poker is great, especially when I'm living in Ireland. There's so many drunks everywhere. I think if the bigger tournaments you play, the bigger the tournament, the more serious you want to take. I know that's very obvious, but that's all well and good until you're in a huge building for the Irish Open and it's hard to see anyone that's not having a drink. But mental preparation for a big event like that, you can do everything by the book and get knocked out, as I already said, but going in and doing everything against the book, you're setting yourself up for more chance of failure. It's like someone made a comment saying this is a once in a lifetime tournament for these players that are four-handed here and probably never get this far again. But that may be true. How many opportunities do you have to be in this situation in your lifetime? Maybe not that many. Some people seem to get more opportunities than others, but they play more. You're not seeing them on live streams when they're getting bussed out of huge tournaments day in, day out. Day 1A, day 1B, day 1C. You can fire so many bullets now. It's very expensive on the pocket. Price of hotels, food, flights, travel, whatever it may be. And that's before you go to the bar. King, Queen 10 is the flop, 10 million in the pot. Lee with the flopped straight, facing a 4 million bet from Cardano. Lee just gonna have to play this as an all-in, I'd say. No, he just raises to 9. Seemed like he was reaching for all the chips, but going for a small raise. I like it. Lee takes down considerable pot to boost his stack back up to almost 20 big blinds. Cardano playing under 20 big blinds now. Dino in pole position, playing 55 big blinds almost. Ace 10 of spades. Looks like we could have action here. This is a very rejammable hand for Lee. And Dino will be forced to call with such a strong ace. Coming in with a tiny 3-bet, it looks like. Surely just a jam here for Dino, or does he want to see a flop for 5 million more? For that price, he says, let's go. Really interesting 3-bet size from Lee, leaving himself exactly 15.